Hi. Hello, everybody. It is I, your lovely neighborhood reindeer, a Kendra Kendrillion, up early in this fine, lovely evening. How is everybody? How is everybody? We doing good? We doing good? Hello, hello, Yoshimoto Celsius. Hello. Today, we will be doing a collab with, and I've unmuted you. I've unmuted you if you would like to say hello.
Oh,
Hey
hello.
there.
Hello, chat.
Hello, this is, now that I think about it, this is Guilt Thunder. We're gonna go by your name, Guilt Thunder, and
Yeah.
they are also, if you can introduce yourself, your handle and everything.
Well, I'm known mostly as Gilfander. Otherwise, you might know me on Twitter for my personal business project called ZanVT. I do a bunch of VTuber stuff that range from PR, marketing, coordinator, some journalism here and there, some critique. I do too much. There's too much work.
Pretty much, they basically run the Twitter account for VTuber PR, and I've been seeing them around. But they contacted me, and were like, "Hey, would you like to collab about like what is a VTuber? Like, talk about VTuber stuff." And I was like, you know what? Why not? Work
Yeah,
never
thank you
ends,
for
huh?
having me.
Yes, yes. Wait, hold on. Let me see something real quick because you are on stream. And we did get it took a little bit. You guys don't know, literally off stream. We had a little situation where we were struggling a little bit. And here we
Isn't
go.
that a trademark VTuber scuff that goes together?
Yes. We got it. We got it. We got you. If you see the stream right now, we finally
Yes,
got
I
your
am seeing
avatar
it.
working.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So here we go. Here he goes, ZanVT. It took a little bit, and we still gotta fix it because we gotta go to the other room. But yes, today we will be talking about basically what is a VTuber and kind of the things that happened pretty much within the last couple of weeks within VTubing.
And just, general VTuber meta topic like,
Yes.
culture and a bunch of stuff like that.
Yes, the
I love
VTuber
yapping,
meta
so,
scene. The meta scene. So, would you like to just hop on in to the station? And just I
yeah,
don't know. Yeah.
let's go.
So this is the art room. So basically, I'll be, what is it? We'll both be illustrating our points pretty much from here. And basically, I forgot. Hold up. Properties. Are you here still?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I gotta fix this real quick because, again, we finally got it working. Properties.
Oh, no, I know. I have all my time. Take
There
your
you
time.
go. There you go. We fixed it. All right. Stream is quite early. Yes, it is. We are actually having an early stream due to time zones. We fixed the time zones. We fixed everything. And now
I
we
am,
shall.
unfortunately, European and ESL, so bear with me.
Listen, so long as you're not French.
Well.
What you French? Are you Rima? Are you unfortunately Rima subordinate?
No, no. Oh God! Please don't associate me with French Canadians. That's an insult. I'm offended, frankly.
Not the
How dare
French.
you?
Oh man, no.
They're Commonwealth.
You see, there's French. What is it? It's like, what is it? Like DBZ? What is it? Dragon Ball Z Abridged Popo. It goes French.
It's like
French
that one
Canadians.
it's like that one cousin. That always makes everyone uncomfortable. So you just ignore him and you kind of act like it doesn't exist. As French Canadian and French people, they don't exist. French Canadian.
Wow, already attacking us French. I see how it is. Yes. Unfortunately, like Popo said from DBZA Abridged, it goes the French Canadians, the worms inside the dirt.
Ah,
But yes,
I am not French Canadian.
And VTubers are way at the bottom. Oh man, so pretty much, which point should we start with first? Because I have my list of points.
I guess, just do a quick rundown of like VTuber stories, so
So what
It,
is it? Yes.
VTubing isn't actually like that old or that new. Everyone credits Kizuna AI, but there was like a bunch of like 3D model project before that. So
Yes.
technically, I guess you could say like the first VTubing kind of aesthetic was kind of born in like the early 2010s.
Yes,
But of
actually.
course, Kizuna AI was like the breakout moment, of course.
What is it? When it comes to like VTubing, it's kind of weird because some people, cause what is it? Cause when it comes to the general aesthetic of VTubing, I've seen people even cite like a bear, like a forest fire bear that was not Smokey the Bear, that as a VTuber. But in
I
this
was about to say
case,
Smokey the Bear.
was if there is anything we hate as bad as the Brits, it's the French Canadian.
Yeah, I agree.
What is it? So the thing with VTubing is that pretty much I would say that VTubing itself would kind of fall all the way back to when I would say even obviously before Kizuna I, but if we really want to be specific with what the literal definition of a virtual YouTuber is, it would definitely be Kizuna I, which basically is an anime girl who goes around and just, she talks with her fans. And then it evolved into the streaming culture we have now because originally it was pretty much skit related at first, kind of like how in the early AniTube days, people would always talk about, hey, types of anime fans, until they actually evolved past talk about types of anime fans to the content we see now, where they then went into reviewing anime, and now they just do stuff in Japan.
Yeah, and like anime tubing, where it started with like kids in their basement doing a face cam and showing like a manga panel to the screen, like
Yes.
the early scuff day of like before 2010s, and it slowly evolved, and now we have entire podcast and review channel, and yeah, VTubing is similar like any content creation type. It just starts very scuffed and it evolves with the time, and now we have like thousands of dollars worth model and stuff like that. So
Yes,
it's the circle of life.
yeah. It's just like any type of other content creation. And of course, with that comes new people coming in, and I actually think this actually lines perfectly with what the first thing we talked about, like behind the scenes. And the thing that I think one thing we should always point out is, which image is for this one, VTubers who get into VTubing but don't like the culture. So it's like, because there's always getting into VTubing. Was it? Yeah, I disagree with on one thing. The scuff never leaves the VTubers.
Yeah, no,
We can
I
all
agree.
agree on
Never
that
leaves.
point. Also, I almost forgot. Glit Thunder, thank you for the follow, and Soul Slayer. I see you have finally have access to make a Twitch account. Thank you for following Twitch side. But what I was saying is, the thing with obviously people coming into VTubing is it's kind of like when new fans of new anime fans get interested and come into anime, and they gotta kind of learn the etiquette. In a lot of ways, there are now obviously VTubers that came in, and at first there were things like say when VTubing blew up, we had obviously like Myth, and eventually I can't remember, but basically Myth was the one that blew it up. However, soon after stuff, people
On
like,
the EN side,
yeah,
don't forget that. It was already like big in Japan from like 2018, 2019, and Myth was like there were already people like translating clips. I remember that, but
yes,
then it's really like Myth who made it blew up in the West.
yes, like what is it?
Like
So
it
I
was like
no.
the whole etiquette was already set up before took over in the EN sphere.
Yeah. Like, what is it? I remember when I found VTubing for the first time. Oh, thank you, Yoshimoto Celsius. Thank you. Like, what is it? I remember I found VTubing for the first time. Let me see something. Is it working? Alerts are
I'm
just
pretty sure
alerts are
my
not working. I don't know why. But yes, I do acknowledge your follow, obviously. But basically, what I'm getting at is the thing with when I got into VTubing. I remember, like I've told this story a couple of times on stream. The people that got me into VTubing were a combination of Matsuri and Suisei before I even really knew their names, like I do now. And the thing with that is that I looked in it and I was like, Like, I had no computer. I had a rinky-dink laptop and no interest in streaming. But I still looked at that, and it took a year, but I was like, hey, I can do that. I can do that if I wanted. And then it, like, blew up like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my first encounter with VTubing is kind of like 2019, 2020. I saw a bunch of meme. Like, I didn't know what VTubing was. And it's like way after there was another guy I was talking to who kept sharing those memes. And I was like, what's that? He told me, oh, those are VTubers. And, you know, it kind of started from there. And like my first, and still to this day, like top cameo, she's like Marine. And like she's the one who got me into VTubing at first.
I can understand that. She's definitely, listen, she may be lewd, but she's such a sweetheart.
I like color. I mean, I'm a fucking passionate guy.
Yeah.
And like when she talks about like mangas and doujin and stuff like that, like she's just so passionate. She transmits that energy to you, and I really like colorful people. So
no, what is it?
of course I would watch Marine.
No, totally. Like with Marine, like she's not my favorite VTuber, even though I do think her avatar is really, really pretty. But the one thing I like is when she like, I've been getting into like some of her music videos. Obviously, they're like standard anime fare, obviously lewdness. But really, like her singing voice and the animation itself is very infectious. So I can totally see why like Marine like has the following she does. But there's also
it's not just about being pretty. She's actually talented at singing. Like she can sing good.
Yeah, and like one argument people also had, because before I was into VTubing, or before I even really had a platform, is the fact that I was into the cartoon community, and the cartoon community always had like PNG like avatars. That's one of the reasons why I will never really understand people who are like, what is this? And it's like, if you go to the cartoon community, like VTubing was weird, like not weird to me, but like I was like new to me, but I was still used to someone talking via an avatar, because it happens all the time in the cartoon community, like all the time. Like I've been
Are
like
they the
Rebel
first
Taxi.
VTuber?
Like what is
they
it?
made the first PNG OC.
wait, who?
Like, are they technically the first VTuber? They're the first PNG tuber. You know, they have OCs and.
I mean, technically, if we really want to get technical, Rebel Taxi.
Yeah.
Yep, because he was he still is, like, what is it, the most popular? Like, I still remember, like, the early days, Pan Pizza, and how he was super popular with, that type of avatar style, but he also knew animation a little bit. And so, that eventually, obviously, for people who are already into that, like me, we were able to, like, just click with VTubing pretty easy, because everybody already has an avatar on YouTube. Go straight, you're already there. Kind of like how people who were a fan of Yin Yanners, and how she was easily able to transition into Natasha Yanners that we see today, because she already had the pink cat persona. She just gave it a fresh coat of paint.
She's been around for a long time.
Yep. I've like been learning about her. I've watched multiple videos, and obviously there's that. And so
oh god, there's some older video I gotta show you. There's some stuff today that there's you know, she was part of that like edgy internet wave, and you know, there's some stuff from back then that I think she tried to bury a lot of that.
I feel like
there's a lot of deleted videos.
No, trust me, what is it? Like, I think in a lot of ways, if I can be absolutely honest with you, there's no reason to try and bury things unless you
You're ashamed of them.
Yeah, what is it? Even, like, not even really ashamed of them. Like, if you really feel like you've changed your opinion, but you still leave it up as a, like, record
testament
of, that was me, but now this is me. Kind of like, like, what is it? Like, a good example. I have a clip or a section of a stream from when we were playing Blank Dream a while ago. I don't know why. I sound like a microphone. What is it? For a while, we had a thing called Blank Dream. And what ended up happening was that we ended up getting onto the topic of age of consent because of one of the topics brought up in the game. God. And the thing was, though, is that we weren't, like, I wasn't advocating, obviously, be like, yes. Because what is it? We got into the topic because if you notice in a lot of Japanese media, most characters because they're trying to appeal to older people who want to be young again and younger people who want to be older. You got to remember, a lot of people look up to 16-year-olds because that is what many people consider peak youth, where you have a lot of responsibility but no responsibility at all. And so we got into that topic.
A lot of freedom, you mean?
Exactly. And so we got into that topic, and I was kind of does this
it's
sound
that
sus?
Song, it's that song like live young and wild and free. It's that spirit.
Nope. Yeah, for real. And what is it? And the thing was, though, is I felt kind of awkward. And obviously my chat was like, you can totally blame us for like pulling you in that direction. But I thought, this is kind of weird, right? It sounds kind of weird. And so at one point I
privated... It's an eggshell topic.
Yes. And what is it? And so at one point I privated the streams. However, I recently unprivated them. Number one, because I actually enjoyed that playthrough because it was one of the turning points in my streaming career. And number two, it only really sounds bad because I'm making it worse than what was actually said. You know?
Yeah.
And number two, I never navigated a topic like that before. And now that I have touched upon it, now I can tell it more coherently.
It's funny because navigating eggshell is pretty much half my job. So,
I feel like, what is it? Because I've actually... sorry.
No, like, I understand. I guess I took an L or two on Twitter also at time, and they're still up there, like... Yeah, sometimes, I'm not perfect. Even I'm faulty sometimes.
No, for real. And the thing was, though, what is it? X is one of my mods. X said, what stream? The Blank Dream stream, when we, like, talked about that one guy character. And then we got onto the topic of, like, why are most anime characters 16? Because, the internet doesn't forget, even if you try to bury things 6 feet under, looking at you, Nyanner.
There's not just Nyanners. I can tell you there's plenty of, like, top VTuber right now who have been through that NG internet and like they're not like how could I say, they're not acknowledging that they were part of that. And that's very funny to me because especially some of them have like really family friendly. I'm a happy little guy, can I imagine? I'm like, if only they knew what you were up to before.
No, for real. And I think like, what is it? Because it's
a bit dishonest.
I was there with kind of like edgy YouTube back then. Like, what is it? Like edgy YouTube and stuff like that, right? And the thing is like, I was not really deep into it. I only mostly stuck around like the YouTube side. And even then, while I didn't really cross over into like the crazy not safe for work type areas, there were still a lot of edgy people where it was just kind of like, I think, like, what is it? The Boku no Pico saga. I always frequently reference that because I remember being a part of that saga.
Are we really talking about that?
Wait,
I remember that.
Yes, what is it? So for those that don't know, the Boku no Pico saga...
it's the best anime.
It was, back then when everyone was saying it was the best anime, and obviously, like, just schoolyard being like, I dare you to do this, and, people did it. But the thing was,
and
then, like, people bullied, like, YouTubers into watching it, because it was all, like, jokes.
It was all shitpost.
Exactly. Like, obviously, you're not, like, what is it? And like, I've always said this. I say this every single time. The Boku no Pico meme, people say, like, we would never do that again. We already did it.
Yeah.
Do you know what we replaced it with? What is it? Do you know what we replaced it with? Like, Zan?
I'm not sure.
Metamorphosis. We replaced it with Metamorphosis. The only difference...
I see less of those now, but yeah, the one that came after was definitely Metamorphosis.
And it's gonna be replaced by something else? Like, it's slowed down, like the Boku no Pico thing.
I still see reference to it, but like, it's becoming increasingly rare.
Oh yeah, what is it? It's like, we replaced it, because like, what is it? For Boku no Pico, it was shock humor, and daring people and be like, don't, like, people passing around, like, the names, the numbers, the images, the memes. And like, last year, I remember someone even made like a 3D, like the Pixar filter, the AI Pixar filter with Metamorphosis. So the memes still exist, or the dreaded 6 numbers and all that type of stuff, right?
I don't want to be that guy, but considering that you're talking about Boku no Pico, I don't think being passed around is the right word to use. Uh,
No, you're right, you're right. Man, I miss that era. We had lots of unfiltered fun back then. No, for real. No, for
yeah,
real. Like, I remember,
yeah.
because, like, what is it? I remember it was actually fun back then. Because back then, and I've
It
talked
was the
about this
Wild
on
West.
stream. It
That's what
was
people talk about generally.
it was the Wild West, and in a lot, because I used to move around a lot. It was in the 2010s when I was discovering anime, and I couldn't really interact with the community, and yet because I wasn't allowed to make an account. But even just reading the comment section, everyone's unfiltered opinion, and everyone just having fun, that was enough for me, and it really did feel like a community, even though I couldn't interact with it. So yeah, I am not even kidding about that.
I think it's a perfect moment to kind of segue into like talking like about
VTubing.
VTuber, not new VTubers, some of them
Yes.
not acknowledging the culture and like where it's from, and some. I mean, I've even seen some newer VTubers say, "Oh, little did you know, it's not a gotcha. I don't watch VTuber. I don't like VTuber.
Yes, yes.
Why
What
are
is
you a
it?
VTuber
We didn't
for?"
have all the current discourse because most people didn't hide behind masks for internet points. The thing
Yeah,
was, though, is that in a lot of ways they still did back then. But you're more
yeah.
comfortable. What is it? Back then, everyone was a lot more comfortable because I think someone said it best. I don't remember who. It was like a random Twitter user. We all knew we were weird. We all knew anime was
Mm,
weird and fun. Like a good
yeah.
example is like Hatalia. We were all weird for liking Hatalia. And we've had our moments, like even going back into Hatalia, because I've been getting pulled back into that lately. There was the
Oh,
whole like thing where people were like, well, you shouldn't like Hatalia because this person at a convention from over 10 years ago did the Nazi salute as Germany. And I'm like, I think someone said it best. There's this one content creator on TikTok that I follow, and she said it best, and even I agree with her. And she's like, okay, I didn't do that. That's their problem. That's their problem, not mine. And it's like, have fun with it. And that's the thing with like a lot of what is it? Do you have an image that because I downloaded all the images and we can like pull it up.
mm-hmm.
Which image specifically was
I don't
it?
think I have one for that topic right now. I'll be
Yes.
honest.
Which one is it? Is it the white boxes?
Oh no, that's to explain something else. I guess
Okay.
that's more on talking about like argumentation and how you can transmit information to people.
Yes. And what is it? I guess if I had an example, um, pretty much what we just explained. Basically, when I was getting into anime, to like explain it real quick, when I was getting into anime, I had no clue what it was. I had no access to anybody to teach me. I just kept watching anime by myself and I learned that way. And then eventually I found people who knew what anime was and they showed me and told me more anime that was more of my age demographic or even not my age demographic. And that's how I got into anime. And then I found a group of friends at the time who they recommended me anime that I would like, because that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that they keep getting into anime they don't like, or if they do find anime that they like, they're shamed out of it because it's like, well, that's weird. And it's like, that's the point. Anime is weird. What is it? I hate that fandom thing of lumping crap together, plagued way too many Western cartoon fandoms from my experience. Oh, trust me, I've experienced
Yeah,
that.
nuance.
The,
It's a lost art.
the GUP community was and will forever be peak. We were weirdos, but we embraced how weird we were. GUP? What's GUP?
That doesn't ring a bell right now. But mm,
No, you can
you know,
go.
a lot of it could
Oh, Girls in
simply
Panzer.
be.
Yes, yes.
Oh yeah, I love that show.
I never watched it, but I've heard like so
It's a
much.
great show. It's very fun. If you like tanks and if you like tanks, you gotta watch it. Like that's basically
I was
that's
more.
basically
What is it?
a tanks person favorite show.
I'm not really into like tanks and stuff like that, but however, Granted, I'm someone who never even got into K-On!
If you're a bit into history as well, I suppose it's also a very good pickup.
Yes. What is it? Like the
Then
cringe of
yeah,
thinking Hatalia. What is it? Hold up. Hold up. Let me see something. There we go. I forgot to close the door real quick. No, but no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
You know, a lot of it could boil down to, I guess, kind of people like kind of squatting. You know, I always talk about that. I call those people mini drakes.
Yes.
They're like culture vultures. You know,
Yeah.
they
No. What is it?
arrive inside a space that they don't know about, and then they claim that they want to change it. And generally, it's because they don't feel validated or they don't feel like they belong, and they want to change the space and bend it around them so that they feel like they belong there, instead of trying to include themselves in it and, you know, learn some of the tricks, some of the ropes, some of the etiquette, like learn of its origin.
Yeah.
Instead, you know, just no, make it fit for me. You know, it's very, how could I say, egotistical. You know,
What
it's
is
like
it?
it should work for me, not the other way around. I don't have to change. I don't have to adapt.
No, for real. Like, what is it? Like, every time, like, one thing that always annoys me every single time when someone says, I hate anime, they all sound like young girls, and they all sound like young girls, blah, 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 blah. And I never see older women in anime. And the thing was, though, is,
Do you
I
have
never
eyes?
got that impression at all when watching anime. Number one, when I watched anime, I was 12. And a lot of the kids and girls around me didn't sound like that because I knew how to separate the age old argument fiction versus reality. But
Yeah, it's
mostly
the
because,
age-old argument.
what is it? There's also what is it like? What is it? Oh, let me read the make a diss trap rap about those folks. Jk. Girls and Panzers is
Yeah,
basically one of the first CGDCT shows that created the genre. Just take a specialized theme and add cute girls to it, and you get the show beloved by
yeah,
the old anime fans. Yes, I remember the
and
phrase "cute girls doing cute things," bro. They also want
basically,
to push their
Bochi
own.
is the final evolution of Girl Panzer. It's
Yes.
just Girl Panzer, but with instrument and more budget.
No, for real. What is it? They also want to push their own ideals because they dislike the current values it holds. Yes.
Yeah,
What is
exactly.
it? And it's like, what was I? I was on the thing. I was on a roll and then I forgot. But basically, like I think
If you want, I can pick it back up. It,
yes.
because we're kind of segueing into anime. I'm
Well, I
gonna
mean, it
push
is
it.
technically a part of the topic.
I- I'm gonna push it back into VTubing a little bit, and
Yes.
I think like one of the greatest lesson I generally impart on people that I work with is always ask yourself this question: why is this person doing this, or why yourself are you doing this? You know, intent. To me, it's the most important part of anything you ever do as a human being. It's why you do things. You know, sometimes you do something stupid, but you did it for like I wanted to help. You know, you fucked up, but you did it for a good reason. Sure, like
Yeah.
forgiveness. But if you did something good, uh, because you wanted to become popular or because you wanted to look good, then you know you're doing something good, sure, but you're doing it for the wrong reason. So why are you doing it at all? Like, especially when it comes to like people saying I hate VTubing while being VTubers,
Yes.
and I'm kind of like, you know, I think it was Pushkin who said like disrespecting one's ancestor is a sign of barbarity and immorality.
Oh, I actually saw
But,
this a while ago. If I can like interject real quick.
mhm,
So one time, so obviously, ha ha ha, trend, we're all moving to blue sky, blah 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 blah.
yeah,
And
of
one
course.
time, I saw someone make a blue sky post, and
Hmm.
they straight up said, like, here's an example of someone who clearly got into VTubing without realizing the culture, and they're like, guys, we do not need idol culture. Can we all admit that VTubing is like wrestling culture? And literally everyone was agreeing with them. And I'm like I
I
wanted to
remember seeing
I want
that.
to quote tweet them or whatever the terminology is on Blue Sky, and I was like, I want to quote tweet them and literally say, we've been saying that since we've been saying that for the past like 4 years.
Yeah. It's not that you don't need idol culture, it's more that you need to evolve, which is very different. Because saying we don't need it is like a rejection.
Yeah.
And the issue is that if you're rejecting it, then, I mean, VTubing wouldn't be what it is without idol culture. So you're basically rejecting the culture as a whole.
Yep.
There's a difference between taking what's good and evolving it into something better and just outright rejecting everything and like burn everything to the ground, like, you know, scorch earth. Like, those are very two different things.
No, for real. Like, what is it? The one thing I like, cause like, here's the thing. I remember, if I can give my experience on this to the whole like we need to get rid of idol culture thing. So my thing is that I never liked the term getting rid of idol culture because I remember in the early VTuber days before I even had my proper setup. I remember when people were like praising and like galloping and pretty much kissing the feet of like V Shoujo when it first came out and its whole selling point even now. And to be honest, I still need to finish Armchair's video on like how V Shoujo keeps using the whole
I have watched
talent freedom. Oh, it's a pretty good video. It's a very good
it. It is a very
stream.
good video.
Hello Mirai. Hello Will Marlet. Hello, Jackie. Yes, VTuber equals wrestling culture makes sense. Hi, Kendra. Hello.
I mean,
and
the
what
comparison that I can see is that, they're independent people and they're actors.
Yes.
But I also saw that person talk about how much better wrestling culture is with its fans. And I'm like, no.
Considering literally the video that came out about the WWE former and possibly going to jail CEO. Hopefully he goes to jail. Like, Jesus Christ, have you seen what happened with Mahan or whatever?
I mean, of course, I actually like wrestling. I've had big periods where I watch wrestling in my life.
Oh, yeah.
And, remember we are talking about a culture who, like, 40 years ago still had, like, fight of just girls in bikini and had, like, let's say rings of women, and some of the women there were just to, do stuff in exchange for money. I'm not gonna go into the NSFW story of that, but like,
trust me, listen,
40,
bro, you're talking to
ago,
somebody who grew up with wrestling, with wrestling, and whose favorite wrestler back then was Undertaker.
Like, have we forgotten Chris Benoit and like some of the fans incidents that have been going on for like the past 20 years? Like, it's not better, it's just not the same context and issues and problems, it's just different.
What is it? Jackie
you
says...
can't compare the two.
No, you can.
You can compare the people who are part of it because they're both independent contractors who are like playing a role and acting, but like that's as far as it goes.
Mm-hmm. What is it? Jackie says, why get rid of it anyway? Let's just let it be and do your own thing. Well, here's the thing. What happened was that over the time with VTubing, and this is actually what I'm getting into, when V Shoujo came out, everybody, and I mean everybody, was pushing talent freedom. Everyone wanted talent freedom. They pushed it like it was their life depended on it, because when people saw Cover, and it was actually in kind of a it was kind of damage from the Kiryu Coco situation from back in the day. And what ended up happening was that people were like, I don't want to sign up with Cover because they always heard the bad stuff about idol culture. And what ended up happening was that when they saw VShoujo, they're like, well, they're talent freedom. I can totally get into VShoujo. And then obviously there were other people also pointing out, we need to get into Niji Sanji. And they saw all the EN staff and girls and guys and were like, well, I want to get into Niji Sanji because they clearly have more talent freedom. Keep in mind, this was early in the VTuber days where most of the jokes were just punchline sex. And this is not a bad thing. This is not a bad thing.
Even still to this day, they have more of a dude bro streamer culture more than an idol culture like Otto does.
Yeah. And what is it? And so people pushed for it because whenever people see the bad side of something, they're like, well, I don't want idol culture. But the problem is, though, it's like VShoujo. VShoujo still has idol culture. They still have idol culture. In fact, they are the #1 version of American idol culture. I have stated this because I remember I walked in on my mom one time and she was watching the Dallas Cheerleaders. That is America's version of idol culture. Cheerleading is idol culture. And you don't think about it until you watch the interviews with the Dallas Cheerleaders where they're like, fans have to keep their hands in front. I have been stalked. I have been harassed. We have to wear skimpy outfits but dance for the fans. And we still care about the fans. And literally and these are women who are in charge, not male CEOs. The women who are in charge were like, we're marketing you. You are the market. And we will be treating you like that. And you have to uphold this standard because that is how we will continue to sell our games and how you as a cheerleader will go up. Like, and that really opened my eyes, because it's like, hey, yeah, we do have an idol culture. And who knew it was that thing that was always celebrated in media all the time and always sometimes shamed in movies? It's cheerleading.
Don't have American movies without a cheerleading scene.
Exactly.
Right? There's
like,
so many of those.
Also, isn't there a lot of drama with VTubers Iron Mouse, for example? Yes, Will. Everyone has drama. Thank you for the drama, Will Marlette.
Yeah, everyone. And
thank you for the drama. Thank you for the follow.
It's not Iron Mouse fault, it's exterior factor, but it's a big rabbit hole that let's avoid for now. It's a big topic.
Yoshimoto says, well, everyone hyper-focusing on pattern and the bad parts of what they consume. It's part of human nature, and we desire comfort and to have as little hardship as possible. Exactly. Like, what is it? A good example. No matter, like, what is it? Like, we had the incident with, what was her alternate name? Because I don't want to say her actual name. The stalking incident with that one girl who may or may not be affiliated with HOTLINE, and how she was gripped from the back. He didn't stalk her VTuber persona, he stalked her real life persona. And that is terrifying to think about. Hey, yo, you're cute, you stalking? That's Kumakuma, he always does that. What is it? And yeah, that's the thing. The thing, like I said, like, it's gonna happen regardless. Like, you're gonna have, like, creepy, weirdo super fans. And for girls, it's a lot more dangerous and worse in a lot of ways, because we have to be extra vigilant and stuff like that. The thing with idol culture is the fact that they're like, you cannot date, you cannot do... Because in a lot of ways, it's supposed to be Kikihime and howdy, y'all. Hello, Dead Space. Thank you for reminding me the name. Kikihime. Yes.
In a lot of ways, like VTubing is already better than idol culture, because like I know for a fact that there's a lot of VTuber right now who are in relationship and who are hiding it, and you know, like they can be in a relationship and like it's easier to hide it when you're an internet persona, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like it's already better than idol culture in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
And of course we wouldn't have VTubing like straight up if idol culture wasn't a thing. Like we need to keep in mind VTubing was born in Japan. It is a Japanese influenced culture.
Yeah.
So everything from anime to idol culture is gonna influence it, of course. And the issue I have is that when some newer VTuber go and say, oh, I don't like VTuber, I'm like, what are you a VTuber for? Like, what does doing this gives you purpose to? Like, you are disrespecting people who came before you, who made VTubing popular, who like grinded their sweat, blood and tears, who like put hours and hours of effort into making that content. Like, this is disrespectful to everyone who came before you.
Yeah, no, what is it?
You wouldn't be here if not for them.
Yeah, like, what is it? I remember. Culture. Like, even I remember being convinced, well, I don't need idol culture. You're right, guy. Like, to people I remember I put, like, when I was younger, more fresh in VTubing, I remember I put out a collab thing and I was like, I want to play with people. Back then, I couldn't even get a collab, and I still tried to listen to people that had no clue what they were talking about, well, you want to get into idol, you don't want idol culture, you want talent freedom. And then literally a month after, so like, obviously everyone knows about the Nux situation. I found out about it literally after everyone apologized. Literally, like, I was off my phone the entire day, and then I came back because Music Boy, who's also in chat, informed me about the situation. And I remember being absolutely angry about that situation, because it's like, well, yeah, I have talent freedom, but the big VTubers seemingly don't care.
No, and
because I was in, like, I've told you behind the scenes, I'm in a situation where I can't afford danger like that. But I'm still trying to be a VTuber because I've always been told, hey, you can be a good entertainer. And it's like, okay, if that's the case, I gotta suck it up with the whole talent freedom thing and the whole danger thing. Block those precautions, because if you at least have those precautions in place, you're gonna be at least secure and safe and have a record of what that person does. Because idol culture and parasocialism is gonna happen regardless. It's gonna happen regardless, because you can't control crazy people because because you can tell people all the time, I'm not your friend, I'm blah blah blah. Like, what is it, like the whole like, how should I put this? So it's like you benefit from having parasocialism, but then you complain about the downsides of parasocialism while still indulging in parasocialism, where Chad gives you money
about that,
and stuff.
Actually,
was it which Nux
like,
problem? The old VShojo Nux situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Three things about that. First one, there's definitely that joke I gotta make. Male voice on stream.
I was there in the threads. It was even funnier seeing it live.
Oh yeah.
And what is it? Back then, I was like almost. And I should also preface, I've like said this before. I like was going to plan on joining VShojo, and that's why that situation made me upset.
I mean,
and then,
many
of course,
people would throw away their current persona for VShojo.
Well, I've already released my video on that. But back then, I had not even like a proper PC to like even go into VShojo.
Yeah. And then, two other things I wanted to talk about is like, parasocialism isn't inherently a bad thing. It's just a descriptor of a relationship.
Exactly.
When you look at like the Cambridge definition, like the dictionary, what does it tell you? It tells you that it's a one-way relationship, and like that's it.
Yeah.
It's how you express that one-way relationship that makes it either a good, positive thing, as in, I don't know this person, but I want to support them. That's the good side of parasocialism.
Exactly.
And then you have, I want a real relationship with this person. I don't want it to be one way anymore. Then you get into the bad side. But, that's not the fault of parasocialism itself. That's the fault of the individual who is acting on his own desire.
Exactly. It's kind of like what is it? I think like a good example.
It can be positive.
Oh, no. Yeah,
and negative.
Yeah, like what is it?
Both.
Parasocial people will exist even you don't want them to, due to the
because
currently ongoing
person.
Loneliness crisis. Yes, you are right, Yoshimoto.
And because you're a public persona, of course there's gonna be people who are like into you in either a positive or negative way excessively.
No, for real. Like what is
it?
The
moment you become a public persona, you take that risk. Like that's the price of fame.
Yeah,
that's part of it. Ask any artist and he will tell you.
Like what is it? A good example. I think I can actually illustrate this. So back then, I had gotten into the artist Mafu Mafu. So he was an utaite.
Mafu.
And he was basically kind of like someone who spoke to lonely people because of his bullying and everything. And I thought I had developed a crush on him. Keep in mind, I had never experienced a crush before. In fact, in a lot of ways, for a really long time, I thought I was asexual. Even though I don't really kind of agree with it, but, things aligned up that way, And so, for me, I was kind of like, I think I like him. I relate to his music a lot. And I thought maybe it was. But it really turned out that instead of parasocialism, it was parasocialism, yes. But when I really analyzed this, and I analyze a lot of my relationships like this, it just turned out that he just made me happy because that's just how I liked seeing his content. His content made me happy. Like, you think about, what is it? It's because people don't really understand what it's like to be parasocial, if that makes any sense.
Until it's happened to them.
Yeah. And then, because, people talk about, oh, I like this VTuber, but you will understand what it's like to think you're parasocially in love with someone or thinking you could have a relationship with someone until you are in it. You do not know until you are in it. And even then, I was able to reason myself out of it because I am an analytical person at heart. And I was able to come to that conclusion on my own before I even knew what parasocialism was. And that's how I analyze all my one-sided content creation relationships as well. Keep in mind, he's not the first male creator I've ever seen. I've been through plenty. I've been through Gart. I've been through Joey. I've been through Connor. I've been through Rebel Taxi.
Saber Trash Taste.
so many male YouTubers across the years, and yet it was Mafu that caught me. So it can just happen at a dime, at random, and you will never know unless you genuinely analyze yourself or until someone tells you. And so parasocialism is not bad. If anything, it taught me there's at least some level of sympathy, because it's like, this is what it is like to be in it. True, yes. You will not know until you genuinely realize, I do not like this person romantically. I like their content to the point where they make me happy that they make content all the time. That is what parasocialism is when you really analyze it. You know?
To kind of like give an endpoint to that whole like topic, like the issue isn't that you think parasocialism is bad or that you think idol culture is bad and shouldn't be part of VTubing. Like, you can not like something and like express it. That's totally normal to you. Like, the issue comes when you like, how can I say this? When you try to like erase it altogether.
Exactly.
Like, who are you?
Like, what is it? Like,
how
the one
dare
thing...
you kind of thing. Like, on one kind of authority can you speak of?
Exactly.
To say that this is bad and it shouldn't be a part of the culture anymore. Like, who are you to say that?
Exactly. Like, what is it? Like, how recently...
The issue isn't that you don't like... The issue isn't that you don't like it and want to express it. The issue is that you want to destroy it.
Yeah.
Which is very two different intent. There's a difference between I don't like that and I'm fine with it, and I don't like it, it needs to disappear.
Exactly. Like, what is it? I think a recent trend, like, what is it? A good example of that recently, and I actually had to like tweet about this because it was happening so often on Instagram. I've been getting so many Instagram reels of people talking about their dislike of the incest genre in anime. And it's like, how are you finding so much incest anime? Because even when I got into anime, I didn't find that much incest anime. And the most popular incest anime from back then pretty much was made fun of to hell and back. Like, if you look at Orimo, people made fun of that like crazy. Especially in the Western sphere. Because, like, I'm not saying there aren't incest fans, but for the most part, a lot of people make fun of incest anime. What is it?
You know, if I
Orimo,
open
Kiss
my
X, Sis,
Twitter
no one...
right now...
What is it? Sorry.
If I open my Twitter right now, I have 3 VTuber talking about at length about how much they love incest.
Exactly.
So,
but the thing, what is
it's
it?
still a part of the culture, you know, but if you go look for it, you know, it's like the barking dog.
Yeah.
Of course, if you go look for it, you're gonna find it. You know what I mean?
Like, what is it? What is it? Like, Kiss X Sis? Like, if you've been in anime for a long time, you know that a lot of these anime, like, only recently do we have actually well-written tackle the subject incest anime. Like, the recent anime that came out where the guy had gotten together with his stepsister and it actually developed their feelings on it. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, we've only gotten that stuff recently. Because for a lot of years, we've gotten trash writing. Like, a lot of it is trash writing. And the things that people cite as, oh, this anime is glorifying incest, are freaking comedy anime? Like, I've seen people cite Psyche K, you know, the psychic comedic anime about a kid who literally changed his own gender at birth and changed the hair DNA color of everybody in the world so that he wouldn't stand out. I'm not even kidding, this is a real plot point. And Spy Family Yuri's relationship with Yor as examples of gross incest in anime, when if you've been in the anime sphere and you've actually seen how, like, stupid it is, most fans make fun of it. Because it's stupid and fictional and the setup for it is so poorly written, you can't help but laugh at it.
I mean, look at Oremo, the anime ends with a marriage scene.
Exactly. And everyone still makes fun of it, even now.
Yeah, of
Arrow
course.
Manga Sensei. People were shocked that the creator was alive.
Wasn't there also... I remember an anime like that like Garnt, you mentioned him previously.
Yup.
Like, really liked and defended.
Yeah.
And like, at one
Domestic
point, like,
Girlfriend.
the guy...
Everyone made fun of domestic
girlfriend.
Was it everyone made fun of domestic girlfriend? Cause it was
one day was into his sister, the other
scene.
day was into his stepsister, and like it was a fucking mess.
It was like Domestic Girlfriend.
Writing.
What is it? Domestic Girlfriend is basically about this guy who like hooked up with a girl, and then the dad revealed the day after that the girl he hooked up with was not only his stepsister, but the teacher he had a crush on was also his stepsister now. Like, it's so ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous, and you cannot take it seriously.
Anime.
Like, you cannot take
anime.
it seriously. Because that's the point of anime. You're not supposed to take this stuff seriously. Do you know how much... What is it? It's like people who question the logic of Harry Potter and Peter Pan. Yeah, all this is stupid. That's why it's fun and ridiculous. You know? Sorry, I've been talking so much. I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. Can't have nice things, I suppose.
What is it? Let me read the chat. Watching Oreo with my sister, extreme loneliness. It's mostly it. Ever since COVID happened, the crises have been extra bad. Yep. What is it? Then we play TCOA. not the coffin of Andy and Lele. By the way, that one gamer ruined VTubers forever. It opened a box of incest fetishes I didn't know exist. What?
I love that game. I played it for
no, for real. What is it? Okay, now I will fight y'all. Aramanga Sensei was peak. Domestic Girlfriend was trash fire. On the other hand, especially towards the end. Oh, trust me, I know the ending of Domestic Girlfriend. I told that to so many people, and we all just ball out laughing. Andrew and Lele, probably. Yup.
Yeah, I have a friend who's a big fan of Lele.
Yup. Here's the thing, like, please keep in mind, I thought the whole, I never got, so I like RPG Maker games, but I draw a line with a lot of horror games, and I want to play some, but I will not play all of them. The Coffin of Andy and Lele is one of them, because I draw the line specifically at satanic and, like, demon type stuff, and I'm like, you can literally summon the devil by sacrificing your neighbors and literally cannibalize the people around you, yet the bad ending, which, by the way, it's a bad ending. Incest being a bad ending and portrayed as a bad thing. Like, it's a long road to get to the incest route from what I actually hear. Like, a couple of hours.
No, yeah, you have to make a lot of choices that goes a certain way. Like, you know what you are doing, you know, when you're making those choices.
Exactly. It'd be like...
It's intentional.
Listen, I can stand cannibalism. Sorry.
You can't mistake into the incest route on that game. Like, you have to go for it.
Yeah, no, what is it? I think, what is it? It's like, I draw the line at, like, listen, I draw the line at incest, but I'm totally okay with cannibalism, which, you know, is like a whole other can of worms. I will forever hate people that bully the dev. No, for real. Please keep in mind, so, just in case anybody's wondering, so the dev of Andy and Lele, they ended up getting doxxed. However, it is not because the people that hated them for the ending doxed them. It was just because people thought they were trans. On, like, kiwi farms, of all things.
Yeah.
Just in case anybody, like, was misinformed on that situation. Because even though I like to call out idiots, we at least have to be we have to be more educated than the idiots, okay?
You know, I have a funny anecdote about that. Like, when I see a lot of people talking about, like, those kind of fetishistic topic, they're like, how could men, like, be into this and stuff? Like, I've been friends with people who have, like, romance novels, who publish those.
Yep.
And who publish those erotic novels specifically. Like, I can tell you, like, 99% of the writer I've met through that editorial person, they're women.
Oh, yeah, no,
those
what
are
is
women reading and writing this, like,
Yep.
Ugh.
Like, what is it? I can, like, tell you, and a lot of it is women. What is, I can, like, what is it? So, can I explain this one thing? So, I've talked about this, so I've said this on stream. I don't do not safe for work stuff. However, that does not mean I have not seen not safe for work stuff or see or suck it out at one point, because, you know, I'm just kind of like, I'm an adult. I can handle it. I'm an adult. I'm a responsible adult, and I'm mature enough to handle this stuff on my own. And there's this one author, and trust me when I say, one thing I was not expecting was the amount of pee that I saw. Trust me, women are degenerates.
No, yeah, I mean,
trust me.
I think the greatest example of that is actually a very controversial anime, and it's Redo of Healer. I don't know if you've heard about it. And, like,
who hasn't?
Most of the fan base for that is women, actually.
Yeah.
And,
at
like,
one point
many people who have, like, been victims of similar things happening in the show say that they love the show because it brings them catharsis.
Oh, yeah. What is it? Another good example.
It helps them to cope with their trauma.
Do you know
Like
about an
it's a
anime
good
called
thing
Girls?
actually.
What is it? Do you know about an anime called Girls Bravo?
The name is familiar, but I
Girls
don't think I've
Bravo
watched
was
it.
my first anime. Well, not my first anime. The first anime where I immediately found out what fan service was, and then immediately backed out until I was like an older, like 5 years later in my life. Girls Bravo is written by a woman, and if you know Girls Bravo, you know Girls Bravo.
I have seen pictures of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Shardy made a docs? Not sure if KF did anything at all. Exactly. Oh no,
Oh,
not that. Poor
I
Memle.
just looked on like Google image and I'm already seeing tentacles and stuff. And I'm like,
Oh
oh,
yeah,
okay, I see
no,
what
yeah.
kind of
If,
stuff it
like
is.
I said, if you know Girls Bravo,
Yeah,
you
okay.
you would be shocked. Yeah, a woman wrote that, and I had to do extensive research and even go into Japanese Google because her gender is not really listed. However, when you go to Japanese Google, it lists her gender. Like
Yeah.
it's a woman wrote Girls Bravo, and if you know Girls Bravo, you know Girls Bravo.
I'm pretty sure I've seen shit post about that
What is
because of
it?
the
That's the one.
excessive
What is it?
fan service.
What is it? Girls Bravo is the one clip that always circulates around where everyone's like, "This is an awesome fight scene. Too bad it's in a crappy harem anime." The one with
Yeah.
the brown-haired girl flipping around and throwing desks in the classroom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Girls Bravo.
Damn.
And it's like, yeah, that's Girls Bravo. And it's like, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised because like a lot of anime, like what is it? One time, and I still want to do it. I talked about I'm sick of tired of hearing people say women know how to write manga because in a lot of ways because like I've said, I don't have a manga and anime community that I specifically like stick with. I like all types of anime and manga. I grew up with a lot of harem anime. Shouldn't have, but I did because number one, the designs are super cute. But the thing is though, because I went around looking for a lot of anime and manga, I ended up discovering a lot of stuff written by both men and women. And trust me when I say this, women can write trash too. I'm talking to you, Save Me Lollipop. I'm talking to you, Dears. Never cook again.
Never.
Women will always get disgusted about how quickly men will get turned on by something. Men will always get disgusted by how much women get turned on by something. No,
Yeah,
for real.
pretty much.
Pretty much.
I think this is the time to segue into
Yes, yes.
why do VTuber have two stupid takes?
Oh man, what is it? Stupid takes? And this
Yeah.
actually could coincide with jealousy of getting into VTubing as well. This actually
Yeah.
coincides with it pretty good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess you could pull up like the Shannon Weaver model that I posted.
Yes. What
Like
is
because
it?
that explains a lot. So that's like basic PR. I guess it's second year.
Yes. Here we go.
So that's basically like, it's a bit archaic and all. Of course, it's more complex than that. But like, the idea is like, how do you tell your audience something? And like the issue that you're gonna have is that there's just so much steps between what you want to say and what the audience will hear that very often it will get distorted. So because if you look, you read it from like left to right. So first you have the idea, what you wanna say, but then you have to phrase it, and then the person listening has to interpret it. And there's just so much step that, of course, you're gonna have a moment where you're gonna poorly phrase something, and people are gonna take badly out of context, which then leads us to that whole discussion about VTuber being there for the money, the jealousy, and all of that.
Yes, yes. What is it? Because a lot of
'Cause, like-
VTubers are young and emotionally opinionated teenagers and young adults.
Yeah.
We also have to factor in that a lot of VTubers, as much as people don't want to attribute malice to a lot of them, some of them are malicious. Some of them come in here
Yeah.
to start drama. We saw the stuff where that happened recently with Gunpei and stuff like that, because that was malicious behavior. Some people want the malicious behavior because they want the attention from the malicious behavior.
Yeah. It's the... How could I phrase it? It's the idea that basically... do you actually have the screenshot of like that tweet that like kind of got around about like VTuber being there for the money?
Yes, yes,
Because
I
I
do.
think that's like a good example.
What is it? Yes. Here we go. anyone who said, what is it? So this was by Pinbun VT, and I screenshot this before she deleted it. And I actually quote retweeted her, but I ended up deleting the tweet because she ended up deleting her account. But basically she said, anyone who says they're in this for fun and not for success/money is a liar and trying to farm humble clout. Just be honest. Being successful at this hobby you love would be freaking cool, and every time you go live, you hope for that. Hello. Hi, Sonic. Oh boy, that post, huh? Now here's the thing, I kind of have my own interpretation on it. However, I will let Zen go forth because I know I'll talk all day.
Here's the thing, right? The worst part of it, like, she's obviously like very wrong, but she's also very right, and I think that's the worst part of it.
Yes.
Because like we're gaining nothing with that post.
Exactly.
It just lacks nuance, which is the most important thing. Like I understand the sentiment, but it's not a well-constructed argument. And like, of course, people are gonna have like a knee-jerk reaction to this. And for me, the most cynical part was saying that a lot of people in the comment of that post, there were people who like did some bad stuff. Like I saw some people who have in the past like tried to deplatform or cancel people, and then they were like, "No, I do this for the fun." And like, yes, you absolutely aren't the type who clout chased before. Of course, yes, very clever of you.
No, for real.
And people just farm their. When the issue is that, of course, like there's a lot of people who are in this because it's a hobby, it's a passion hobby. So there's a lot of people who just do it for fun, with their small little community, and they do it because like they can. They feel it's cool. They want to make people smile and happy. Of course, those people exist, but of course we know that there are people who are in this for the money and that actually don't like VTuber. In fact, they have said it on Twitter.
Yes.
Like I can pull up some posts. Like there are examples of people exactly as she described.
What is it? Because it would be good to have that like on screen to like have just for the archives, because you never know when those posts will go away. What is it?
There was one recently. I mean, it's not recent now.
Yoshimoto says, "Well, yeah, the fun of deplatforming people."
Yeah. It's Ara Hell's Soul. She had like a kerfuffle with Rev that I watched live.
Yep.
And like Rev basically, because she was like going on this anti-lolly rhetoric, and Rev basically said, "Yeah, you're a VTuber. The people who made VTubing are like into that stuff."
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh, that's not a gotcha. Joke's on you. I don't watch VTuber. I don't like VTubing."
Yeah. What is it?
Well,
I think if I remember correctly, that was Solstice, right? Horus.
That was Hara Hell's Soul. That's her. It's like an Egyptian theme VTuber.
I think also. Sorry.
And I'm like, what are you a VTuber for then? Like, what's the objective? Like, if you don't have like the passion for the medium, what drives you to go live every day?
Exactly.
Is it the attention?
And like,
is it the money?
And here's the thing, like, also, because I can't watch a lot of VTubers, because here's the thing, so obviously, as you know, I'm an indie, and so my thing is that I can't watch a lot of VTubers because I am constantly working on my VTubing stuff. I can't imagine, and like, even just as an indie, with no connections, no backing, no nothing, imagine someone who does have connections and backing or something, they probably can't watch a lot of VTubers either. But the way the context and the way the situation was handled was so poorly done that it's like, why are you a VTuber? Why do you do what you do in VTubing?
What drives you?
Do you even like VTubing? If you don't like VTubing, then you might as well just become a cartoon reviewer or an IRL streamer, because they use either an avatar or just stream with their face. What is it? Of course, people would think it's a good to make money with streaming, but at the end of the day, it's a fun hobby for most. So if I can actually, would it be okay if I can say this real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I said this earlier, I have my own opinion on Pinbun's post. If I can be absolutely real with you, I think she is right. She is right. There are a lot of VTubers, obviously, who are in it for money. I am one, and I'm willing to say this. I am kind of in it for the money, because when I remember the reason why I got into VTubing is that I was like, I can do that because I was already told at a young age, you can be a YouTuber and an entertainer. And the thing is that I was like, okay, I think I want to be a YouTuber and an entertainer, and I'm gonna need money eventually. It took me 2 years to get a PC. I realized I needed the money. And I did start multiple avenues to try and get the money. The problem, however, is the fact that if money is the only thing keeping you going, get a job. Because that is the thing. Because there are a lot of people, because there are a lot of things she said in this post. Like Van said, there is a lot of nuance that should be done in this situation because a lot of the points she put was really good. Because there are a lot of people who are like, I'm just in it for the hobby and I don't want the money at all. And it's like, they do farm for humble clout. I have seen people farm for humble clout. It is a very real thing.
In the literal comment of that deleted post, there are people farming for humble clout.
Yep. Like, what is it? Like, Camilla,
there are
she was not
people
farming for humble clout, but she was saying something only leaning in one direction.
Here's the thing, like, amends have been made.
Yep.
Camilla has apologized.
Yep.
But she should have just ignored the tweet because it's gonna feel very weird that someone who tried to deplatform someone because another content creator told them to do it for the clout is talking about like being in it for the passion.
Exactly.
Like that just I acknowledge that she made apologies and like things are in the past now. But you are not the right person. You are the wrong messenger on this. You should have just ignored that.
Exactly.
Why are you speaking about this? It's just gonna come off wrong.
Yeah. Like,
whether
what is
you want it or not.
Like, if I can be absolutely real with you, I do love VTubing. I love VTubing. I've loved the community that I've built. The people that are in chat, the people who follow. I love VTubing. I am also still in it for the money because I know that VTubing can take off. I'm not saying that I'm not fun and having passion in VTubing. I've made so many assets so far because I didn't want to pay people because I have no money. But I mean,
here's the difference also.
What is it?
It's what you use that money for.
Exactly.
When I use that money to further your VTubing career.
Exactly. Like, I have no money.
You want to do more.
But when I do get money, I spend it on fan art last. Because that's what a lot of people don't do. They spend it on fan art first when it should be the last thing. Because what you should do is, so say you have $500 and you spend $300 of that dollars on fan art, and now you have only $200 to put to VTuber assets. That is bad. That is 100% bad. And so what you should do was, in my opinion, if you want to make money as a VTuber, you should be like what you are doing first, treat it as a passion project on the side, then you support with your real job. Once you get to the point where you can turn the passion into a job, that's the moment to take the leap of faith. Exactly. Like, yeah, I'm treating both my job and VTubing like, what is it? Like, even I try and balance VTubing and asset making and everything for myself. That is hard. A lot of that stuff is hard. Like, I reference it, and it's not going to happen for a while. I am making 2.0 assets. That crap is hard because you appreciate more of the people around you who do that for a job. But and it's like a good example. I wanted to buy a schedule from Fayakun. Fayakun is a very popular digital design artist in the VTubing community, and they've made schedules for Mint, Doki, and all that. And I wanted a schedule from them. Except, number one, they don't make any exports for Clip Studio and Paint, which is how I edit my schedule weekly, and their stuff is expensive. So it's not, like, extremely expensive. Like, I think $400 in USD for a lot of that stuff. That stuff is expensive. It gets insanely expensive because really it is meant for the upper echelon, if I gotta be real with you. But
oh yeah,
it's like you gotta, like, and so I don't blame people when they say I need the money, because again, a lot of this VTubing stuff is very expensive. It's not just, oh, build up your money and build up your reserve. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff in VTubing is for the upper echelon. You gotta be popular. You gotta just do what you can with what you got. And for the smaller indies, they don't have anything. So when the smaller
it's very
indies come
simple
out,
that
no, you go, San.
it's just his spot in the market. Like he's made it, and now he's a famous artist.
Yep.
So of course he's gonna only work with like other famous people, and he's gonna charge a higher amount because he makes high quality and it's well renowned and popular.
Yeah.
It's just basic marketing.
And then there's also the fact that, unfortunately, and I have seen it, and I've had to block a lot of famous artists, there are a lot of artists in the community who will bully each other.
Yeah,
And
of course.
who will blacklist and hurt. A good example, the Kevin situation. I've talked about that on stream. The Kevin situation was absolutely just unnecessary. And that actually made me hate a lot of artists in the community. And here's the thing, I'm an artist myself, and I don't really hate a lot of artists in the community. I'll just call you an idiot and leave. But it's like, why would you do that? Why? And it's like, well, I don't like them because they do this. Okay, you did the exact same thing. And if you were in his situation, you would beg for sympathy. Now, when you are in that situation in the future, if ever, because a lot of people, if I have to be honest, if I have to at least like kind of drop names, unfortunately I don't remember her name, but I think it was Nanoless.
Do we have to do that?
We don't have to, but I think at least as long as they're related to the topic.
I'd rather not. No, it's okay.
No, what is it? Because I'm only saying it because she was open in the drama. Well, not even really drama. Mostly if it's just some random, just like if it's a big name. And because people will see, because what is it? Because like people will see you in the VTubing space. Like, so what happened with her is the fact that, and this is not to blanket hate her or blanket like disregard her, because she's obviously still a nice person every time I see her. However, with the Kevin situation, because Kevin edited her artwork, which was wrong, but the issue came afterwards where she was encouraging people to disassociate with him. And the problem with that was the fact that a lot of indies, because I actually analyzed the situation and looked at a lot of people's comments on the situation, a lot of people and a lot of indies, and not even like a lot of big ones because a lot of them were silent on the matter, but a lot of indies straight looked at Nanoless and was like, I don't think I want to work with you because you're calling for the blacklisting and disregard of a lot of people. And I just realized...
there's also the side of, are you justified in doing this? And whenever you do something to someone else, you have to think about like what other people will see.
Mm-hmm.
Let's imagine you're in a friend group with 3 person, and like one of your friend decide to like quote unquote betray the other and push him out of the group.
Yep.
Then you will wonder, what if it's me next?
Yeah.
What
is it? And
what if I'm the one who gets called for cancellation?
Yeah. And what is it? If I can continue on that point, there were a lot of indies not only saying that they would not work with her, there were a lot of people starting to, one, spread rumors about her, and B, unfortunately, they were saying, well, I saw that so-and-so stopped working with her because, and this is a real post I saw about Nanoless, and they were like, I don't want to work with her because every time somebody works with her, they stop working with her because her prices are so high. And so, boom, right there, people are starting to spread hate about you. And it's like, well, it's not justified.
Hearsay and you can never get out of it.
Yep, and it's like, well, is it justified? And it's like, well, refer back to the Kevin situation, because now people have a quote-unquote reason to dislike you. And again, this is not hate towards her at all. In fact, I was kind of like, that's uncalled for, and I hope you recover from the situation. But it's an example of what happens when that stuff gets really bad.
I think Armchair said it best. You can't stop people from hating you as a content creator, as an artist, as anything. But what you can do is give them the least amount of ammo possible against you.
Yeah.
Just behave. Be a nice person. Behave. Only do things when you have 1, receipt, and 2, are justified.
Yep.
In doing so, and I guess you could even add 3, have the legitimacy to do so.
Yeah.
Like, who are you in this situation that makes you the right person to speak up about this?
Yeah. And what ended up
Like,
happening
do you
in
have the social credibility to speak up about this?
yeah.
This is why I'm like fairly comfortable in talking about most topic,
Mm-hmm.
because like I've got my degrees, I've got all that, and I have like an academic background that allows me to make commentary on everything, anything that happens publicly.
Yeah.
Because well, I've been studying this for like 5+ years now.
Yeah.
I have the legitimacy from my academical and intellectual background to commentate on this.
Yeah. And to add
What
on to that
do
point,
you have?
yeah. What is it? And to add on
What
to
do you
that
have?
point, like, what is it? To add on to that, it's like, even if you also had the credentials, you have to, like, humble yourself immediately. It's like, do we want to bring up his chart, the armchair's chart?
Yeah, sure.
What is it? Wrong button. Here we go. Here we go. Like, should I like, this is like, this post about should I post this really just applies to life. Should I say this or should I not say this at all? Because it's like, hey, it's like even if you do have the credibility, your credibility can tank overnight because you said something dumb. Let me read also chat. What is it? It's a personal thing and never black and white thing. Some people may want to VTube for money more than others who would prefer to do it for fun instead. Yes. Me looking at the world building of the web novel that will support my character lore. Yeah, balancing work, huh? Never heard of that. Everyone has their own percent of which one of these two they lean more into. Exactly. Personally, I'd lose a lot of money if I want to kickstart my VTubing career, but my passion tells me it's worth it. Exactly, Jackie, and I do that every single time. But yeah, VTubing does have a high cost. Was it VTubing does have a high entry cost that you should only take if you are sure that you will put in the work that will justify that investment. Exactly, Yoshimoto.
And I've talked about that before on Twitter. Look at Pipkin Pippa. She started with like what, a $200 setup?
Yep.
And now she's like one of the biggest names in the scene. Like, you can start from not much if you have the drive to do it.
Yeah. And I think also, like, if I can use my experience as an example, I didn't have a lot of money. I had $400, not even $400. I had, I think, around like $500 and a computer that was lended to me from my brother. And my mom helped me buy a second monitor. And then I spent all of my money, on a rigger who like
That's not very wise.
Exactly. But I was like, but the thing was though is I was like, I can make my own avatar, which you see now. And that's why I was like, I had the confidence to be like, okay, good. And then I had to put into the work to actually set up, to actually adjust my mic quality and fix everything else along the way. Ken does many things that are not wise. Wait, you're a VTuber?
Yeah. I think like the thing before you even talk about money and stuff, it's like, what is your purpose? What drives you? What is your passion? What do you want to achieve? I'm a very like self-aware person.
Yeah.
Sometimes I know that I'm like, oh, why am I saying this? I'm like taking myself. Sometimes I take myself too seriously, but
trust me, I know that.
It's the passion that is speaking. And when I started like my project like last March, I was like, what do I want to do? What do I want to achieve? I love VTubing. All right. What do I want to do? I want to make VTubing better. All right. How do I do that? Well, I want to put my degree to use and make a career out of it. Okay. So what's next?
Yeah.
Well, how about what is missing right now in VTubing? Well, team coordinator, PR person, marketer. Basically, the kind of like corporate backbone is still kind of missing. There's still like a lot of skills, as is evident with like the video Armchair did on Vshoujo. They're lacking like PR coordinator. They're lacking like that kind of stuff. And like there's a niche that I can feel. And it was like, so all right, let's go. Let's fill that niche.
Yeah. And what is it? Like your niche also opened up because like we talk about like Twitter drama and everything, but let's be real here. Your niche opened up due to a lot of factors. Like one thing I love.
Niji Sanji stuff. Yeah.
Like what is it? Would it be okay to talk about that just for even a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Like, what is it? So one thing I always love is I like analytical content. I always like video essays and stuff like that. But the only one who ever existed at the time was Depressed Nosagi back then.
Mm.
And he's not a bad reviewer or anything. But the thing is like, you want variety in the space. And
Of course, you
you
need to
want
have different
variety,
opinions.
new faces, people who don't know and want to know, and like have a more outsider opinion so that they can come in and like do their job. Like Rima, who came in and she did more because she put a more analytical afterthought. Because a lot of, what is it? For Rima, a good
I
example would
think
be
Rima's
her.
niche is more like documentary.
No, like I'm using her as an example. So like what
Mm.
happened was that for a lot of people during the Vishojo Nux situation, people stopped looking after Nux dropped his video.
Yeah, and
Until
it became very confusing.
yeah. And then people kind of were like all on Nux side, right? Like a lot of
Mm.
people. However, then Rima came out years like just years later came out with her retrospective video on it and revealed a lot of information that even I didn't know about how the guy probably was an insider because a lot of people did not read the messages that Gunrun presented at the time.
Yeah. You know, it's, let's be honest, they threw him under the bus for saving
Oh
their
yeah, no,
image.
we can all agree that
Let's be
they
honest.
still threw
Yeah.
that guy under the
I,
bus.
you know, is not perfect. I personally really don't like him. But even when I don't like someone, I can acknowledge they've been sent through the corporate bus for
Yeah.
saving their image.
Oh, absolutely. What is it? I think starting off, you don't need to spend thousands on a model, especially
Oh,
if you haven't done VTubing before.
by the way,
Also, I think people should
um,
just do voice streams first, get a feel for streaming to see if it's even something for you. Okay.
hmm. By the way, Nux, Vishojo learned nothing. They still have the same issue as they did back then with Nux.
Oh, trust me, Armchair goes over that in his video.
Yeah, I know. I saw the whole video.
Yep. They ran him over with a bus, then tried to back up over.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. What is it? And so, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm talking so much. Yeah.
I think like we can go into like I don't have like an image for this, but like that's like a whole concept I've personally developed. I know how pretentious of me as usual. It's like the difference between like an emotional tweet and an emotionally charged tweet.
Yes. And this is actually like it goes it goes into it goes exactly what into that. I'm sorry. No,
Yeah, because like
this goes along with what we're talking about.
because yeah, that armchair model is very good, but then we need to define like what's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very hard for me. I'm like doing new ground. I'm like basically doing epistemology right now. I'm creating knowledge, so it's very hard to kind of phrase. But the idea of how I imagined it is that an emotionally charged tweet is like something that affects you directly,
Yeah.
and that your audience can relate to. For example, like my pet died, or I don't know, something bad happened to me today. You know, it's a bit like kind of fishing for pity point and like
Mhm.
empathy. Basically, you're looking for empathy.
Mm.
And when you're doing an emotional tweet, you are reacting to a situation that is happening that may or may not affect you directly. This is the big difference. And you are having an emotional outburst, and you decide to take over Twitter and share an opinion that is based on your current emotion. That's the difference.
Exactly.
There's how you feel, and there's your opinion. The good example of that is what Tricky we did with our tweet when that whole historical event went down. That was basically an emotional tweet. That was an emotional, motivated opinion
Yep.
about something that happened that may or may not affect her directly.
Yeah.
Whereas, for example, if you take Folger, who recently is on a break because like his pet dog died, the tweet he did was an emotionally charged tweet. That's like his, that's his companion who died. So he's feeling very heavy in the heart, and he wanna share that with the audience. The difference is intent. Do you wanna share how you feel with your audience?
Yeah.
Or do you wanna share your opinion at the moment?
I think also what is it
It's
to
very
go?
different.
Yeah. No. What is it? I think also to go with that point. Speaking of that, like what it like, I think I've said this before. like I've talked about this before. A good example of that would also be the fruit situation that happened a while ago,
Yeah.
and how she released
Oh,
her
that's a
document,
mess.
and how it was a sad thing. And
Mm-hmm.
like I called out, like a lot of people were calling attention to Kason and everything, but one of the things I pointed out, that even though it was good that she came out about what she did, it was the timing of it all that made it bad, because what happened was that people started trying to drag in Henya and Michi in the situation, because
Mm.
they thought that they thought that she was trying to take attention away from them to focus on her. It's not, it's like, it's about intent, but then you also have to consider the intent of everyone else. And that's actually the one thing that I'm shocked about that V Shoujo did not, I think, bring up to her, because now people are trying to drag in the other members again who already don't
I'm
like
not
her.
sure went into detail a bit about what happened around
Yeah.
that. I think the issue is also like context blindness, which is to be a
Mhm.
recurring theme with VTuber. Uh, and it's like the issue also with Fruit is that a lot of the information that was in that document wasn't new. Like she talked about it at length on multiple times previously, and
Mhm.
also some of those other times she also got made fun of for it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, why are we bringing this up again? You know, in a sense,
No,
like
yeah.
you've already talked about it plenty. Why bring that up right now? What's the reason for it? Are you feeling emotional? Well, you need a therapist. Twitter isn't your friend.
Yep.
And of course, some people are gonna react poorly to it when they learn of like some of the context of that situation, and there's so much hearsay that it's kind of hard to like decide who is right or wrong, and maybe there's just no good answer. No one is right, no one is wrong. But relationships are just too complex
Yep.
and taboo of a topic to kind of like just throw it on Twitter like that.
Yeah. Like, what is it? I
It
think
was
it's,
unnecessary.
yeah, it's like, on the one hand, it makes sense why she did it on Twitter, because the people who are bringing it up are the people on Twitter, because unfortunately
Yeah.
she did make it a Twitter thing.
The tweet left the target audience.
It's
That's
the
the
tweet
issue.
what is it? It's both the tweet left her target audience, but the critics that she already has aren't going to change because she gave
Nope.
context.
Yeah.
Like, a good example is the whole money situation where she donated. Everyone brings
It's a
up the
fruitless
meme.
endeavor.
Like,
Yeah, where's the money, Fruit?
like, what is it? Like, I don't mind the fact, like, everyone always does the meme of like, where's the money? But like for me and a lot of other people, where is the money? Like, even if
Yeah.
you cannot donate it to those specific types of charities, you can still donate it somewhere. And
Yeah.
even like, if like I said it back a couple of streams ago, a couple of tier list streams ago, if you are genuinely going to change from this, you need to start mending for other things so that they cannot criticize you for that stuff anymore. Because
Mm-hmm.
even though your critics are still gonna hate you, because there are a lot of people who are gonna hate you online. Literally, PewDiePie had a hater, and he literally invited him to a video, and they're cool now. But that's not gonna
Yeah.
happen every single time. It's
No.
like, you need to placate it for the people who, like me, who are like, okay, I don't
Unaware.
care that you, like, I don't really care about the relationship stuff, even though I do still extend my sympathy to the fact that you were in that situation. However, you now have a bunch of other steps that you gotta complete.
Yeah.
We needed another monthly reminder of her situation again, I swear.
Yeah. The issue is that it's a bit of a fruitless endeavor. And
Exactly.
we have that term like in PR where it's about controlling the narrative. And the issue is that she's not doing that very well.
Yep. And then there was the whole
She's
thing.
letting
Yep.
she's letting other control that narrative, and
Yeah.
of course they're gonna paint it badly toward her because of some other issue she's had.
And then there's also the fact that Kason came out and was very blunt and said, management told me to delete it. So
And
that added
you know
more
what's worse?
context.
That was such a good tweet PR wise. Like I was like, yes, Kesan, yes, please save us from this misery. That was such a good tweet of just like, she's my friend, I care for her, I didn't read through the whole document, I just wanted to show her support. And she was like, I do not condone some of her bad behavior, but
Yeah.
she's still my friend and I still want to defend her. And I'm like, this is such a good tweet. And like, management made her delete it? Excuse me?
Yeah.
Like
In
that was
some
the
ways, what
exact
is it?
tweet that was needed to defuse the situation. Like that was such a good tweet. Why did you make her delete it? Oh, you know why? Because it painted fruit in a bad manner. And we can't have that in a
I
toxic positive environment. We can't say anything bad about our gen mates. No.
I think at least for
Uh-uh.
my opinion personally, because I could not read it. I had to unfortunately I could not sit there and read all 90 pages. So I had to go to someone else who read everything. And there were a lot of things in there where Kason did actually explain, where Kason clearly did lack the context because she did not read
Yeah.
everything. And so
But
that's one reason why I know she deleted it, because she's like, I don't have the full context, so maybe I
here's the
should have
thing.
read it.
I-
However, she
Even
should.
without the context, that was a good tweet. Like that was diffusing the situation. I was like, okay, just calm down. Like I'm just supporting my friend. Let's just move on. And I was like, yeah, that's a good tweet. Come on. Why
Yep.
you made her delete it? Just because it wasn't painting like fruit in a good light 100%.
Yep.
And I'm like, that's so dumb.
Coco being the goat even outside of HOTLINE.
Yeah, she's the goat right now.
Yeah. And so it's like, I guess technically
That
we
was
should
the
go over the
exact
chart.
energy we needed to calm down the situation, and making her delete that only envenomated
Yeah.
everything even more.
Like, I think that
I guess
actually goes
we,
with the chart right here, where it's like, should I post
yeah,
this tweet? It's like, who am I writing this for? Kason wrote her
yeah,
tweet for the audience, being like, I don't
yes,
agree, but she's been nice to me.
she's my friend and she's my genmate, so I'm gonna support her. And even though she may have done bad things, bad thing also happened to her. And I'm
Hmm.
like, yeah, fair, you're right.
Yeah.
The basically the best way when you're put in a situation like that, when someone is against all your friend and they're in the wrong to an extent. I want to say to an extent, like of course, like degrees may differ between situations, and when you know that to an extent some of their criticism are valid, what you need to do is push the ball in the center, acknowledge some of the shortcoming, but push toward like fairness and good, more positive discourse. That's like the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
When you cannot win, push for the center.
Yeah. Because, like I said earlier, the critics are gonna hate you no matter what.
Yes.
Because,
Anyway,
like, they're always,
so
what is it? Yoshimoto
show
says
some
if,
backbone
yeah.
and show some like um, self-awareness by pushing for the middle. That way, the people who are watching from the sideline and who don't know what to side with, they're gonna be like, she's being fair and reasonable, and yeah, I like that. I'm fine with it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
You need to push for the people who aren't in this for anything.
Hmm. Yeah. Because they're the only ones who are gonna support you. It's like,
Yes.
it's like if Beetle kept like going to defense for Neurosama when everyone
Hmm.
was like, Neurosama is AI and we all hate AI. And it's like,
Yeah.
no, he just kept programming Neurosama and Neurosama got better. That's it. That's all you really ever need to do. Or like when Rima had went through her situation with Kuro. It's like she could have started drama with Kuro, but she knew that she wasn't going to get anything from that. She said her things. She said sorry. She was like,
I'm
I'm
sure
moving on.
talked about it on stream.
Yeah,
And
it was.
to be
Yeah.
fair, that was from what I understood about what Armchair said, it's basically that Kuro is not very good at like transmitting his information and feelings,
Mhm.
and people misinterpreted his message. And when people misinterpret your message, there's something that can be said for you badly worded it.
Yeah.
So it's not like just one party's fault. That's kind of like on both people to an extent, because you could have worded it more clear.
Yeah, I remember that tweet when it went out the night before the concert, and I remember being right then and there when it was like what 10 minutes out into the public, and even I thought the same as Rima. And then what ended up
Yeah.
happening was that when he said what he said, it soured my complete opinion of him, despite the fact that I was very, very positive toward him.
You know, I'm gonna defend him a little. Kuro is like he's a nice chap. Like
Yeah.
I've talked with people who've met him, only positive stuff. Like he's a very cool guy. But he's not the brightest. Is what I'm gonna be
Listen,
honest about. He's
trust me,
not
we've
very
all
good
had
at
that moment.
wording sometimes, and especially on Twitter, it can go very fast. And there's been numerous moments where his poor wording led to more hurt than positives.
Yeah.
And it's sad because like I do genuinely think he's a good guy. Like I'd love to have a pint with him. That's like the kind of guy I imagine him as.
Was it
Just
Yoshi?
very happy, cheerful, happy-go-lucky kind of guy who
Yeah.
tried to stay positive most of the time. But bad wording will sometimes like make people opinion sour of you when you didn't meant it.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically needs help writing his tweets.
Well, that's what
That's the
Mitchie
only
is
thing
for.
is missing. That's why a manager or PR guy is for.
Yep.
That's
Otherwise
what
known as
friends are
Mitchie.
for even sometimes. Like if you are uncertain about the tweets, like make your friend read it.
Yeah.
And like I'm not speaking like don't make like your toxic positivity or your yes man read it. Make like genuine people read it.
Yeah. What is it? I'm just also trying to balance chat, so sorry if it sounds like I'm going to
Yeah,
your
no,
name
it's
and
okay.
not. What is it?
I,
Yoshimoto says, if there's any tweet that needed to be deleted, it was Fruit. And Music Boy said, he is nice, but not the sharpest tool in the...
yeah,
Now, he is
that was
nice,
a
but
good
not the
tweet
sharpest knife in the drawer. Yes.
because it's true. That shows a certain amount of self-awareness. That's
Yeah.
good. That's very good.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, I still am of the opinion that Fruit did have the right to say what she had to say, because that is a hard thing to come out about. What she went through
yeah.
was pretty bad. The problem was everything else that followed that unintentionally dragged V Shoujo back into a negative spotlight and really made her look worse. Which is why I stated last time, if she's going to do it, she needs to really genuinely tackle all the stuff people have criticized her for without going to her critics and trying to be like, I'm defending myself.
Because they're never gonna listen to you anyway.
Yep.
But here's the thing, right? I think that's one of the biggest things Vishojo is missing, and it's the group sense. Like compared to like every other corpo, I feel like the Vishojo brand is pretty weak, and that's a byproduct of like talent freedom and being so focused on the talent. And the issue is that some of the livers don't understand that like some of the stuff they post, it doesn't just affect them, it affects the whole company, it affects their coworker, it affects everyone and everything. So you need to be careful, especially in a company like Vishojo where like they don't really have PR. Like the talent are the face of the company compared to something like Holo, who they have the official account they do the announcement with. Like more often than not, it's the talent doing the Vishojo announcement.
I think what is it also somehow like the talents, like what is it, like in HoloLive, for example, it's kind of like when okay, this is gonna sound so weird. So when Avengers was being advertised and Tom Holland was paired up, it was stated behind the scenes that certain actors were paired up with specific actors who knew how to handle PR, because, and I bring up Tom Holland because Tom Holland was known consistently to always accidentally leak something. So they always paired him up with a specific person so that he would always catch Tom Holland from leaking parts of Avengers. And that's what I think, and that's what some of the girls in HoloLive do all the time. They do that all the time. What is it? Well, to be honest, none of the Vishojo members are exactly smart. No! To be honest, I actually disagree with that, because Iron Mouse is the pure definition of someone Iron Mouse, Henya, Iron Mouse, Henya, and Kason are three examples of people you can pair with someone who, and of course using the analogy, who will do spoilers, who will come in and negate and be like, no, we don't do that.
Also, I want to shout out Giga. Generally, she's very down to earth and very smart.
Yes.
Out of every tweet I've ever seen of her, there's just one who made me a bit baffled. That's, the whole tweet about like Vishojo and Nepo hire and all that. But like, outside of that, weirdly defensive and
I actually do not know that tweet. I don't really follow Giga. I'm sorry.
Just watch Armchair Video. He talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it was that whole period where people were talking about like how Vishojo was doing Nepo hire.
Yes.
Like the way Giga made her tweets was not only weirdly defensive, it also like basically confirmed like, yes, we Nepo hire. Like basically that's how it could be read. And why is this tweet for? Like, I was
Mhm.
baffled. Like, this is Giga. Like, she's really very smart and calm and down to earth. Like, what
Hey,
happened?
listen, even the smartest person has a stupid take. Just look at
Yeah,
Einstein. I don't know what
or
stupid
just look
thing
at
he
me.
said, but it wasn't on the record books.
Or just look at me. I know I've had bad takes before.
Trust
I
me.
was kind of baffled. But yeah, Giga is someone who I'd call very smart and very good to listen to. She's a very
Mhm.
good VTuber for VTuber kind of thing. Kind of like
Exactly.
Kiara.
Like, kind of, what is it? Like, I would say in HoloLive, Kiara is a good example
Mm-hmm.
of that. Mori. I'm not sure if you would agree with me. I think Crony
I
is a good
don't think
example.
Mori.
Really?
I
Not
don't know about
Crony?
Crony. No,
Hmm.
I mean, she's got such a big career. Like, let's not get
Hmm.
into PL talk, but like,
Hmm.
she's got such an extensive career about her that I really feel like she's more of like a people's person. But
Yeah.
that's just my
Um,
opinion.
I would say in Maury's case, if I can like say, I think she is mostly because she does know how to handle certain aspects of it that you wouldn't see in idol culture, if that makes
Yeah,
any
I
sense.
mean, I remember that like it was yesterday. I remember Maury saying she hated idol culture before,
Oh yeah,
and
no.
some people still hold that up to her, but like she's changed her tune. Now she's like, no, like it's a thing, and like
Yeah.
I've managed
Like
to like grow around it and like use it to my advantage, use the good
yeah.
part and ignore the bad part, and
And what is
I'm
it
like,
that
yeah,
that like rolls
like,
around back to the beginning of the stream where we're
and
like
like now
idol
she's
culture
so
is here to
successful.
stay. Like idol culture is here to stay.
Yeah,
It's not going to go away. You're just going to evolve your brand around it and
yeah,
then you're going to hate some parts and you're going to benefit some parts. Like for
yeah,
me,
of
I
course.
personally don't think idol culture is all that bad. And for some of it like I'm not going to care. But
Maybe
and
it's
like
just not
I'm
for you,
like
and
what is it?
then
Like
it's there.
I'm going to sing,
You
I'm going to dance. There's going to be some things I hate, like the
you know
stalking
you
for some people, but yeah.
you can just say it's not for me and then move on. Why do you have to go on Twitter and write tweet longers about how much you hate it? Like,
Exactly.
why? Why are you doing this?
And then
What is the
still
intent?
technically participate in idol
Yeah,
culture.
and still participate in idol culture.
Because if you do stuff like karaoke streams, what are you doing karaoke streams for? Are you gonna do
You're performing.
covers? Are you doing covers? If you're not doing covers, if your
Yeah.
music like, cause like I want to do covers in the future, and part of it is because I want that aspect of idol culture. If you are just doing karaoke to just do karaoke and you're not building it towards something, you're basically just singing to the wind.
Yeah.
It's like, what is it? A good example. Someone a while ago made a post and was like, guys, we need to express puppeting in more VTubing because our rigger works so hard. And I'm like, so what are you gonna do? Are you just gonna do puppeting just for VTubing? Because if you're doing puppeting for just VTubing, you're gonna get so burnt out and tired. If you're gonna puppet, at least puppet towards a goal. You know?
You know, yeah,
Like
I actually
voice work
know
and
who you're
music covers
talking
and
about,
stuff.
and I follow her. And here's the thing, like, I think just people like, people just took it badly. How can I express what I feel about this in a good manner? It's just one of those tweets where, she had good intent and
Yeah.
people pushed it toward the more negative side of thing, but like, she just wanted to encourage people that, sometimes it's true that puppeting can improve like your offering. Like,
Yeah.
it's not for everyone, but some people should do it.
Yes.
Should put more effort into it.
Like even like what is it? Like in my case, like my model is limited, but I do try to puppet at least a little bit. But it's like you gotta puppet, but if you puppet, at least have like what is it? Like I said, for
It's
some
more that
people they
some
like
people
exercise and do puppeting, but
have
if
the
you're
energy and other
sorry,
don't. It's just
yeah,
do you.
like
Why are
HoloLive
people so
doesn't puppet.
fixated on this? Yeah, just you do you. Some people like doing that, some people don't, and that's
Yeah.
about it.
And like, what is it? I think also it's like you gotta have a goal in like the long run. Because if you're just puppeting
Yeah.
for just VTubing, it's gonna tire you out. Whereas, say if you're puppeting and then you take that like now core strength in your jaw area to practice on voice work and singing covers and doing karaoke, then it feels like you're putting it into more avenues that can make you more income. Stuff kind of like that. Because I saw that post and I was like, I see where you're going with this. However, don't just puppet to just puppet.
Yeah, it needs to have a purpose.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't about Twitch, People
No.
just like to be mean.
Hey, listen, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
What is it? But yeah, what is it? I'm so sorry. I'm like talking. I'm sorry when I get talkative
Oh, no,
sometimes. What
it's
is
fine.
it? And so we did. Well, technically, we did go over jealousy in VTubing. Technically, we did.
No, we didn't
Oh.
really. I mean, not in the
Specific type of topic.
I'm actually a big fan of psychology. I don't want to go too deep into the academic side of it because we'll get lost for hours. But
Trust me,
I
I love
guess,
psychology.
how can I say this? It's normal to feel that way, and you shouldn't shame and whip yourself for it.
Oh, absolutely.
Of course, as humans, we're only gonna desire the grass is greener. We're always gonna desire what others have.
Mm-hmm.
It only becomes an issue once you let it fester inside your mind and plague your relationship in a bad manner. Like, you shouldn't feel bad about yourself because you're jealous of someone else, but you shouldn't let it affect you. It's about being able to be stoic and resilient under your own feelings. Like, you don't have to feel shame for feeling that way. You just shouldn't let it control you.
Yeah. What is it? Can I tell a story that would totally line up with this, obviously?
I mean, I don't know if I have an exact story, but I see very often people going on Twitter, some VTubers saying, "Is it bad that I'm jealous of my friend that are more successful?" Like, some people say yes, some people say no, and I'm like, you're all missing the point.
No, for real. What is it?
She,
I've told you the story, or no, you go first.
I don't want to say I'm an expert in women, but when I look at the way women and men approach situation differently, I have the feeling that generally women are more seeking for validation in their opinion. So just give it to her. Just tell her no. It's fine if you feel that way as long as you don't let it poison your relationship or affect you.
No, trust me, bro. Even women can't understand women
she's
sometimes.
She's just feeling insecure. She needs the validation. Just give it to her.
No, trust me, bro. Trust me. Even women don't understand women a lot of times. I know. I'm a woman.
I guess.
What is it? I think.
No,
What is it?
I've got plenty of friends, and I've lived my life surrounded by women. So I guess maybe I'm a bit more savvy on women emotion.
No, for real. What is it? I think if I can tell this story, I told you this story when we were first contacting about this, what brought this up. I think a good example, and Music Boy, you are familiar with this story. Back then, I remember, for a lot of you guys remember the VTuber Monarch, right? For a lot of you guys, Monarch is, of course, Amelie. And with Amelie, I very much loved Amelie's content. I grew up with a lot of her anime covers and content. However, and it's a mix of jealousy, and I felt that it was unearned as well when she transitioned into her VTuber persona of Monarch, because I was like, well, why should she become a VTuber? She's already successful in a bunch of fields. In a lot of ways, I was kind of upset about that because at the time there was kind of a content drought because she was also getting roles in English dubs. But also it was like, you're already successful, why do you need another avenue? And I said that on stream really early on. That VOD's gone. Because it kind of glitched up. What is it? It kind of glitched up. And so, and I remember Music Boy straight up telling me hey, it's not that you're the way you feel is obviously valid, but it's I'm trying to remember what you said, but you said something along the lines of she's happy though. Isn't that good and stuff? And so long as you're gonna get viewers and she's gonna get viewers, and it's just how VTubing is. That's just how it is. What is it? Yoshimoto says, I think most people are missing out on the fact that there are trade-offs to the method of each company handling their talent. The whole idol treatment helps a lot in building the brand and handling group dynamics, but it is also too rigid to handle unexpected situations. While talent freedom does help creative freedom, but at the cost of the branding and the group dynamics. It's all about balancing the trade-off of each style of talent management for what you need. Exactly, Yoshimoto. And so,
I would
yeah.
I wouldn't agree with the con that it's too rigid to handle unexpected situation. On the contrary, like the corporate structure like helps with that because you've got PR people, you've got
Mm-hmm.
managers. Sometimes some company even have like some mental health help.
I can kind
Like
of
on the
see
contrary, it's
where.
good for handling unexpected situation. What it's not good for is like letting the more creative side of your talent thrive because of the rigid system. I
Mhm.
don't know if that's what you meant, but like to me the
Saludos.
issue is not
Mm-hmm.
handling unexpected situations, it's really strangling your talent's creativity. And that's why we're seeing a lot of like hiatus with like corporate VTuber of they are the one who go the most often on hiatus
Yeah.
because like it's mentally draining to be told no constantly about like your new stream idea and stuff. Brandon actually talked about that like what 4 months ago, and now
Brandon?
we've had like 2 or 3 new holo graduation, and that really reflected that
Yeah.
more unexpected, such as the Coco situation back then. Yeah, yeah,
I meant more. Okay, yes. Okay,
and
you're also reading chat. I'm like, what?
yeah. No, the issue
I
is that with Coco, it's that it was like the first big all life drama, and they just weren't ready at the time.
yeah.
It was like the first time they were facing something like this.
And even then,
And
it was more than drama. It was like a
and I
national, like,
yeah,
national entity type situation. It's like,
I
how
don't
do you
wanna
handle
like
something like that?
throw
That's not idol
shade,
culture.
but
Like,
like
yeah.
Chinese netizen are they're a different breed. Let's just say they're
Oh,
like
trust me, I've seen
Indonesian
that.
fans. They oof, I don't
Trust
want to
me, I
mess with it.
witnessed that. Like, I witnessed it as it was going down. How someone allegedly lost all their social credit.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh man.
I have seen. I remember that there was someone who like tried to deplatform Kobo, like a random V-tweeter.
Oh yeah. Was it? I remember
Yeah,
they were also trying to go after Myth too. Trying to
yeah,
go after
and like
Amelia.
I
Who is it?
can
It was specifically Amelia and Gura. Some people were trying to go after Gura, but they were
I,
really trying to go after Amelia.
I can tell you a lot of V-tweeter disappeared that day for some reason. I think the Indonesian got to them.
Yep.
Yeah, don't mess with Indonesian fan. They're like the Chinese fan. They're a different breed. Like you don't.
Yep.
A quick reminder, by the way, because I read like a business report from like agency. I read the quarterly report. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Indonesia is 1/3 of the overseas fans for Hololive.
No,
So
that makes
that's
sense.
not a small margin. That's
Mm-hmm.
like million. That's like almost 10 million subscriber
Which is really shocking
just
when
in
you think about
Indonesia.
how like they had to close down shop over there for Hololive.
No, that was no. Hololive didn't close up.
No,
That
no,
was
I'm
any color.
the shop that they were using.
Oh oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's another kind of forum issue, but
Yeah.
that gets into legislature, something I'm not as familiar with.
Yeah.
So I'd rather leave that to someone more knowledgeable.
No, trust me about that one. I understand that. Was it? Yeah, true. China's really special to handle. Yup. Like that was
Like,
like what is it? Like I personally do not see the Coco situation as idol culture. There were
no,
some idol culture things she had to do, like take a hiatus, but that was not idol culture. Every people who cite the Coco case as idol culture and drama
they're
do
wrong.
not know what idol culture and drama is. That was an
No, they're wrong.
international case.
That was just Chinese nationalism. That's
Exactly.
completely different.
Because not everyone goes through something like that.
No,
Like,
Coco is very unique. Like she's not an example cases. I
yeah,
mean, she's an example cases in the sense of like how China can react if they feel slighted
yeah,
in terms of their national pride, but it's not a case example of idol culture at all.
yeah. And it's rough. Cause like it's one thing to deal with Twitter drama, it's another thing to deal with a national entity.
Yeah.
Because they have the money, the power to just like people meme on it, but they do have the power and money to just make you disappear like that.
I mean, Hololive and closed their entire Chinese branch, and they've only gone back recently with Kobo, which I do say like, think about like why they picked Kobo. The Kobo was the safest choice to pick. She speaks Chinese. She's beloved.
She's also new,
This
a new face.
she's this cute, funny little gremlin
Yeah.
that's
She's a
like
new what
adorable.
is
Like
it? She's a new face
She's
who
like
does not know
mascot.
the
Yeah.
ramifications, if we gotta be really honest, and that's good to
No,
have
she
that.
speaks Mandarin. That's the whole point.
Oh.
She speaks Mandarin. She understands Chinese people better than Coco could ever.
Ah, okay, okay. I think at least there's some, like, there's also things like how, because, like, everyone recognizes, like, the old gens of HoloLive because they've collabed and they've done everything, but when you send in a new person and they can represent, like Chinese fans and everything, they have the fresh pace, and I guess if we gotta really call it like it is, the lack of trauma in the situation so that they can go in and
Yeah.
handle it properly, so long as they are trained to do right, you know?
I know that may sound like a bit like conspiracy stuff, but
Yeah.
trust me, most of the time, agency or business in general don't make decision just because they can.
Yeah.
There's always a fraud process. There's no like randomness.
Oh yeah,
They
no.
overthink everything because they have to think of the risk. They have to think of the possibility, of the potential, of the money they can bring. Like they didn't choose Kobo because they could. They chose Kobo because they knew she had what it took to like uh,
Yeah.
go back into the Chinese market.
Like, what is it? Sometimes a situation is as simple as it is. Can even a simple solution is like a complex thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
no, totally. What is
You
it?
know, it's I use that a lot. It's Occam's razor. The
Yeah.
simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
What is it?
You
You
know, Kobo.
sent me that, and so what is it?
Yeah, maybe.
Occam's
Like Kobo
razor?
was just
Yeah.
yeah, Kobo was just the best fit for the situation, and like that's just it. Because of
Yeah.
her cultural background, because of her capacity, because of who she is, her branding. She was just the best person for it, and that's just it.
Yeah. That's just how it is sometimes. And even if we don't like it, because even I wasn't really skeptical about them going to China. It was an obvious
Some
thing
people
they
really
would
didn't
have
like that.
to at some point. It would have to happen at some point. They probably
Yeah, of
will
course.
not have a branch there anymore unless they are really willing to risk
Ooh,
it.
I wouldn't say that. The
Really?
maybe it's because I read the report and no one reads them, but I can tell you I can definitely see an attempt at a revival next year or maybe the year after.
All right. No, you know, what is it? If they did, I think it's because, like, I'm not sure if they are willing to go to through the vetting process again. You know
Okay,
what I mean? Because,
I
like,
gotta explain that actually. You just lacking the. I'm sorry, you're just lacking the information.
no, you're free. It's the
Because
reason why is because of what happened with HoloCN and how
mm,
was it all except two members pretty much banded together,
yeah,
and how
because
that would have to be such extreme vetting.
there's a couple of things people don't take into account when thinking of this. There's first the fact that it wasn't just Coco; it was also Aqua. I don't know if you remember that, but
What is
when
it? It was it was Hachima, it was Aqua, and
yeah,
it was Coco.
mostly Aqua got attacked after
Yeah.
Coco and Achima
What is
also
it?
had
Like
issue, but
Hachima out of
they pulled
everyone
her
kind of
out.
got off, not scot
Yeah,
free, but
but
she got off
yeah,
safer than the
least
other
trauma.
girls. Yeah.
Because then Aqua became like the face, like everyone was making montage of like
Aqua would
Aqua
disrespect
punching
Coco,
Coco,
and
and
yeah.
yeah, and they were like, no, she's the Chinese idol. And then what happened? She messed. They got unhappy and they leaked her songs, and it was very messy from there on.
Yep. They got
But
mad
like
at her.
I've read like the cover report for like the past year and a half, 2 years maybe, and like it was a decision by the executive to go back into China. At least that's how I read it personally. You know,
Which makes
maybe I'm
sense.
wrong, but that's how I read it.
Like, I remember they talked
The
about
people
how.
who are scared to go back to China is the owner, the CEO, you know, everyone's favorite, and
Yagoo.
it was the investors who were also they weren't scared, but they were
Yeah.
uncomfortable. They were stressed. That's like the main feeling that seemed to
Yeah.
permeate inside the room when I read some of the report.
Yeah. No, that
Is
makes
that
absolute sense. If you
it's
were
just too
there, it
much
was.
money to
Yeah.
pass up for the executive and all of the members of the team. But Yagu knows that like they've had issues with it in the past, and the investors also know that it happened in the past, and they're a bit uncomfortable about it. But you know, it's that thing where like everyone knows it's the thing we need to do, but we're no one's willing to kind of jump in because everyone's so uncomfortable about it.
And that's why they put Kobo in there, because new
Yes,
face
she was the best choice.
has the language and, again, lack of trauma from what had happened.
Yeah. And,
So,
she just understands the situation.
which is why I was really shocked when Matsuri, can I be real here? I was actually shocked that Matsuri was also, like, there was a rumor going around where she was going to be a representative.
I mean, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. It was
Possible.
it was like a whole rumor thing where people were like, Matsuri is going to, like, basically do what Kobo did. And everyone was like, but why though?
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Yeah. I can't believe
we've
gotten onto political talk and we were talking about jealousy of VTubers.
Yeah, I guess we could move on to like that's a topic that really drives my heart rate up. It's the whole female male VTuber kind of discourse.
Yes. So
because like I give you a couple of image of like the streamer chart, and generally I like to say numbers are king when you're looking at most stuff. That always gives you a good basis for explanation.
No, for real. Like, what is it? I remember somebody had made a post and they were like, oh, well, being a female VTuber is not easier than being a male VTuber. And to be honest, obviously, I can attest to that. However, obviously, as a female, I do think it is a lot easier to gain an audience as a female than a guy. Because... And like I said, I follow a lot of male VTubers, a lot of them who have given up VTubing, a lot of them who have graduated, or some of them that I just talked to on Twitter. A lot of them have kind of like a dude bro, are dude bros, because that's just what guys are sometimes. A lot of them, even if they're the most, I guess, prim and proper, sophisticated guy out there, you're a dude bro, because you can understand what guys... For the most part, you can understand what guys are thinking and what guys want. And a girl, and because the internet already is such a male-dominated space, which, like, let's be real here, for better or for worse, when a girl enters in, it changes everything. It does change everything.
And it's funny because it also works the other way around in a female-dominated spaces. When a male enters, everything changes in terms of dynamic. So
no, what is it?
It's not just one way.
Can I what is it? I think actually this is like a good example of like a female space. There was this game that was going around and still is going around called Love in Deep Space. It's a visual novel from I think Korea, and there was a whole controversy a while back where the staff said we will not be doing any like gay ships or anything, and some people got mad about that, and they were like, well, why won't you add anything like gay or anything? And the developers were like, it's because this is a female space. And and there was a lot of support behind that post actually, and I was actually shocked about that, because a lot of the people complaining were either... Some of them were girls, but there were a lot of guys who were like, well, why? I'm like, what is it? It's like, I'm bi, and I'm this and that, and I want a male option. However, the developers and everyone who was rallying behind the post was like, well, yeah, but this is a female space. No matter what, we still accept you, but you have to accept that women want their space, and relying it back into VTubing, guys want their space, and their space is just wanting to see cute girls do cute things.
Of course, there's more to it, but that's a good summary.
Yeah.
But I actually have a good anecdote of that. It's a movie. I'm gonna hide the name for the sake of a lot of reasons, but it was basically a movie production company in Canada, which was like basically like one of the only full female movie production team. They were like making TV shows and stuff for like cable, and some of the issue that happened is that there were like a lot of bickering and infighting, and the worst of it happened whenever there were male contractors, where like women would like drag each other down and try to compete for the attention of like the contractors that were in that day. It's very funny how like it can change the whole dynamic.
Yikes.
Just
Yeah.
introducing the other gender.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: VTubing is an exception. Let's be honest here. Like, if you pull up right now the most watched VTubers, that's the last one I
What is
sent you.
it? I grabbed 3 of these.
Yeah, that's the last one. The one with Pecora at the top.
Yes, let me grab it right now. Wait, cancel.
Because that's very fresh. That's like this week or like last week, rather.
Yes, every single time. She dominates the chart every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that chart. There's not a lot of testosterone in there, and even for the guys that are there, let's be honest, they attract a lot of fujoshi, and you know they do a lot of gay bait, as I like to call them at times.
What is it? Kuzuha? Was it Kuzuha and Kanae? I would not say because I have seen their stuff.
You
I
would not say?
No. Like, mostly because I did briefly, like, follow them. It was brief, I will admit that.
Okay.
But, like, that is among the fans. Because Kuzuha and Kane are mostly just focused on their whole thing. And the fans, kind of latch on to their bro dynamic more than Kuzuha and Kanae actually doing fan service for the girls. If anything, the animation teams and everyone else who loves that Fujoshi bait will do more Fujoshi bait than the actual guys. Except unless the guys are like boyfriend experience, like Vox, for example.
Yeah, that's like Niji Sanji's big thing, if I remember the whole Fujoshi and boyfriend experience.
Yeah. It's like...
That's what made Laxiam so successful.
How should I put it? I would say it's more prominent. Oddly enough, it is more prominent in the English side for the whole boyfriend experience thing. Whereas JP is kind of just like... I'm not saying there aren't boyfriend experience, obviously, but for JP male VTubers... they are mostly doing what I would say the average English streamer, the average English male indie streamer is doing, playing Apex for the 50th time. This is not a slight against Apex players. I just notice it a lot.
JP loves Apex.
Yep.
Yeah.
Apex, party games, all that type of stuff.
Even with that, when we look at that chart, it's pretty evident that like who's dominating the VTuber space. It's women. Come on.
Yeah.
VTubing is a women-dominated space, and it's one of the only few women-dominated space. And I don't see that changing ever.
Yeah.
Because of its origin in Japanese culture, because of the way it's already been set up. It's not that male can't be successful. It's just that due to like who watches VTuber the most, which are, let's be honest here, lonely single male, a lot of them.
What is it? Earlier? I think Yoshimoto referenced how like the male epidemic is rising, and he's right.
Yeah.
And what is it? They just said, well, Niji EN audience is currently around 68% female. So that's no
it's
surprising.
An anomaly,
Most of the
way.
male audience left with Doki and Minto. Yep.
Yep. It's an anomaly, by the way. They're the only company with such a high female retention rate.
Yep. And let's be real here, like, Pomu pulled a lot of people into Niji.
Yeah,
because
Pomu pulled a lot of guy.
That's
Pomu
how I found out about her, and I loved her game one.
They were the girl gamer, you know.
Yeah.
They were the one pulling all the guys in.
What is it? Like, I would say Doki was the one who really pulled in the gamer guys, and Mint pulled in people like me who really just loved her because, let's be real here, she's cute as crap. She's cute as crap, and really, for a guy, they'll eat that up. For a girl, if you really love cute stuff like Sanrio, you really ate that up. And that I was one of those people, because I was like, what do you mean Pomu's graduating? She's gonna come back, right?
But yeah, anyone telling you that male VTuber have it easier is a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, they're just coping. They're either lying or they're coping because they don't think they're successful enough and they need someone to lash out at.
Yeah, because like, what is it?
Especially with all of like the male sex pest and how some, let's be honest, there's a lot of like Uwu, Valorant, Kiden kind of guy who are attracted to VTubing and who gives, you know, male VTuber a bad rep.
Yep, and what is it? Like, a good example is like, I said this last time, it is exponentially harder for a guy to grow in VTubing because, let's be real here, a lot of the guys in VTubing Because, like, you will find a wide variety of female VTubers. You will find the Apex players, you will find comfy streamers, you will find sexy streamers, you will find lewd tubers. But a lot, and I mean a lot, of male VTubers, a lot of male VTubers that are popular are corpo VTubers.
Yeah.
A lot of them are corporate VTubers, and the indie scene is an anomaly. And a lot of the popular VTubers, can I be real with you? Popular male VTubers are either uwu, they're either uwu boys, or Shoto, who does BFE type Patreon content. His most popular clips, because I went on a Shoto binge for like a straight, like, I want to say 5 hours at one point. A lot of his most popular clips are about him learning about the anatomy of women. Him learning what a bra is. Him learning what a heating pad is. Him discovering what a period is. Him having no, I don't think he had the period test. I think the other guys did. But I would say the only exception to that rule, Albin. Albin is the only exception. And I would say Mista, but like Mista kind of wasn't really, he was kind of like Albin, where he did not cater to them, but he still catered to them. But the only one who really didn't is Albin, because Albin kind of just did his own thing. And that's why Albin was my favorite from day one. Finally made stream, feels good, man. Hello, unique name, thank you. Just the existence of Holostar should prove that it isn't easier. Exactly, because I love Izuru, but you're not going to catch me watching Izuru because he not only has a different time zone from me, that's actually just mostly it. He has a different time zone from me.
Let's keep going on that topic. You can pull up the most watched female Twitch streamer now. That was the first one I sent, I believe, with the one with Shy Lily on top.
Let me pull both of these in so that we can just have them open and just flip to them.
Wait. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna talk about a male streamer at one point. Yes, it's in the plan.
I mean, technically, we were talking about male streamer. We just now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna open up on the subject later because we gotta. I like being fair.
Oh, wait, we haven't opened up on it? I was thinking we opened up on it the entire time.
Let's do the Shy Lily one for now.
Yes.
Because like, if we look at the most watched female Twitch streamer, so you know. What do we notice? Oh, a lot of VTuber. VTuber are the future. Yep. And then the other half, we notice a lot of, I'm going to say a slur right now, e-girls. Let's be honest.
Let's be real
A lot of
you're
women
right.
who are here because they are sexually attractive, you know. I mean, Asian Bunny is probably the biggest offender in that list.
Yeah.
And the only, like, real girl gamer who is neither a VTuber or into the he-girl stuff, it's Emir.
Yeah.
And Emiru is affiliated with OTK, you know, and Asmongold and everyone. It's a big brand.
And so by association, she is at the top because she is associated with other big male streamers.
Also, I believe she did a Donophon last week. But she's
familiar.
generally in the top 10 very often. It's a general rule you can apply with her.
And like, keep in mind, I've seen some pretty fun, what is it? Last week we did a reaction stream, and I found one streamer, and she was she was super cute, and she was really funny. And unfortunately, she's not on this list because what is it? I said this in my video about my complaints with Twitch ambassadors and really Twitch in general. And one of the things that I don't like about Twitch is the fact that, let's be real here, a lot of the male and female staff members get off to the girls, and the girls just do the whole e-girl stuff because, by technicality, they don't really have a choice because it makes them a lot of money. It's not that they don't have a choice, but it feels like the only choice because that is how to get popular in streaming. Otherwise, this would be dominated by guys.
Yeah. Let's say something controversial right now. I've talked about this with some friends before, but I find it very irritating. And hang on, I'm gonna use a very terrible word. I'm gonna use the word sexist right now, so better get ready, guys.
Trust me, you can use that here, bud.
Because here's the thing, I find it very cynical that Twitch is parading themselves as a feminist, woman positive brand when most of their top female streamer are e-girl who parade around their body and sell their body. And that's not just that. Twitch take cuts of it.
Oh yeah, what is it? I said
Doesn't
it. What is it? I said this
doesn't it
before.
feel very exploitative?
Yeah.
Isn't Twitch feeling like a pimp right now?
What is it?
I mean, that's how it
what is
looks
it?
to me.
I had to like cut this out of the video as well because a lot of people say, well, only male streamers are only male viewers are watching them. And that is true. However, one thing people also, I think, should call attention to is that there are obviously lesbians at Twitch as well. Obviously, this is not derogatory, obviously. However, you don't think a single woman has not called out Twitch at Twitch for them technically, and let's be real here, and it did come out that they were exploiting women. You don't think a single woman came out and called out that they were exploiting these women? It only came out in 2020. 2020 that one of the members was exploiting women.
I'm sorry,
Now,
but like the whole
imagine the other women who are there who are also exploiting them, who are probably even giving them probably 3-day bans. It's most likely mostly male people doing it, but there are some women in there as well, and we should also acknowledge that.
You know, it just feels wrong to me, the whole parade about, oh, look at us, we're progressive, we're feminist, we really care about women's rights.
Yeah.
Just ignore the fact that half of our girls are naked and we take a cut of the revenue. I'm sorry, but like, am I watching the Boondocks right now? Is this a pimp named Slickback? And
Not a pimp named Slickback.
yeah,
hey, listen, it's true.
That's how I imagine Twitch at time, and I'm like, are you serious about this?
And I should also mention,
how dare you?
Yeah, no, what is it? And I should also mention, obviously, this is not like a slight at sex work. I don't personally agree with it. However, there are people who have to get their money their way because some people don't have the experience. There's a lot of nuance to some of this stuff, even if we don't like it. However, you go to the source. You don't go to the person. What is it? It's like when the whole Hassan thing came out, and we're not getting on that, but it's basically like when the whole Hassan thing came out and that one guy said, I'm not going to get mad at kids acting out. I'm going to get mad at the parents.
Yeah.
And Twitch is the parent.
My issue isn't necessarily that they exist. It's just the fact that the whole narrative around Twitch being, available for kids, being feminist and pushing for women's rights, when they take a cut, it's just the whole power dynamic feels wrong.
Yeah. What is it? Jose E, you gotta say
it's
the whole
It's not that these girls
thing.
shouldn't exist or shouldn't be able to make content.
Yeah.
It's just that the current power dynamic just feels wrong and very exploitative to me. And the tone deaf like appeal to try and be PG and be this force for progress while being so exploitative on the other side just feel tone deaf to me. Like Twitch PR is just a horrible mess.
No, absolutely. Like even like I remember thinking, well, if I grow and I think if I can grow, I remember at one point I briefly thought to myself, maybe if I swear more, I'll grow in VTubing and stuff like that. I mean, and the thing is, I don't swear. I don't swear at all. I say crap, and that's as far as I go. And if I say like the D word and all that stuff, it'll always be in context.
I just turn it on or off, depending on the situation.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
No, I said I just turn it on or off depending on the situation I find myself in.
No,
I can get pretty sweary at time if I get really emotional.
No, for real. Like, what is it? And I don't swear, but like, it's kind of stuff like that where it's like I have to do this for like a lot of female streamers. I use that as an example of I think I have to do this in order to grow. And for a lot of female women in VTubing, and really just in content creation in general, it's, I guess I gotta be sexy. I gotta put on makeup. Because like I VTube because I like the anonymity. I like the fact that I can separate myself and disassociate in VTubing and have fun and talk with people. Even though I can't see you guys' face, it does so much for my mental health that I can actually talk to people. You have no clue how I was before. It was that bad. But I like the fact that I can separate myself in VTubing and then go out of VTubing and be like, I don't have to do that. And then I can go back into VTubing and be like, I want to have fun. What is it? Yoshimoto says, I'll be honest, as a male VTuber, when interacting with female VTubers, especially those that I appreciate, I do play a lot on the whole lewd, flirty interactions they throw, but in DMs, I just find myself telling them to tell me if they are uncomfortable about it because I've seen those tweets about female VTubers complaining about male VTuber sex pest and all that. Automod doesn't like me. No,
Honestly,
bro. What is
I'm
it?
very flirty, so I can't judge with that.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Was it double message? Oops. It's better
Like,
to
you know,
swear than crap. Just got real.
I'm I'm gonna say something. Let's talk about something smart right now.
You.
Why is VTubing more? Why are female VTuber more popular than normal girls? Why?
When is it? I
Have
would
you ever thought
say.
about that? Because I have.
Actually, it's while not VTube. How should I put this? It's not necessarily related to VTubing. However, I actually did have this one era where I was thinking to myself, why do I like harem anime more than what is it? Why do I like harem anime girls more than a
Why
lot
are we
of
talking about harem anime?
what is it? When I was younger, I was like, why do I like harem girls more than regular anime girls? Because harem anime girls are made to be a lot cuter. I always say this. I hate Soro no Toshimono, but I will die saying that I love Icarus's design, despite the fact that her tits are glowing and out all the time, because she is meant to be cute. And it's the same with VTubing. It's the same with VTubing.
I don't think it's
you know?
that VTuber are cuter. Of course, some people are gonna be attracted to that.
No, not
But to
the
me,
fact that they're just cuter. It's like there's a whole lot into it. It's like, cause like this is gonna sound so weird, because I'm a girl, but like it's not just that they're cuter. There's something about like the design. There's something about how they are presented. It is how they are marketed. It is how, because I would compare Icarus's design from Soro no Toshimono to Shy Lily. They are unique personalities that you can only find in their specific medium or their specific series. And
We're
you go
almost
to
there.
Shy Lily for Shy Lily. Yeah, the avatar, avatar, it's the combination. It's so many factors to it. I'm
Here's
sorry.
the thing. What is the number one thing that generally holds women back in like any form of like public thing?
Youth.
I don't know if you've ever
listen.
asked yourself that question. I don't know if you've ever asked yourself that question, because of course I have. But
Oh yeah, no. Like straight up, it's youth. Like what is it, youth? Like because like everyone always like the one thing I always hate seeing on Twitter is people are like, I want to see more older women in anime and stuff, and it's like, no, you don't. Because if you actually want to see, and even if you specifically want to see older women, the vast
it's so
majority
frustrating
of
because you're
people,
almost there, but you're not there.
what is it? The vast majority of people want to see young, cute women who will never age, break or age.
Okay, let me cook. So
I'm almost there.
the one thing that you're almost there. The one thing that generally holds women back is insecurities, and generally they're self-inflicted. And generally, most of those insecurities stems from physical appearance.
Yeah.
We've heard, like, I'm sure you've seen the clip of Shondo saying, okay, can I say that?
Yes,
my
yes, you
womb
can.
is
I love that
eternal.
clip.
Your will age.
My womb is eternal.
Your time is over. The time is for 2D anime girl. Like, and that reflects on like some, like, that clip is so powerful because it reflects on like some deeper truth behind the joke. That it is true that many of these, let's call them flesh women, derogatory, are frustrated by the fact that
we call them
so many of
tubers.
these, so many of these girls don't have to do the whole makeup charade and all that and look pretty. And what does hiding behind an avatar gives you? It gives you security. It gives you comfort.
Like, what is it?
So
For
that
myself? No, you finish. I'm sorry.
That allows them to express themselves, but not just express themselves, express their real selves.
Yeah.
They don't have to be insecure of like being interpreted the wrong way or sounding too weird or sounding too lewd.
Yeah.
Like, they're in control of their image so much via their avatar that they can just be themselves personality-wise. They feel secure. That whole insecurity thing is gone. It's now just like their true selves remain, and they can express that. And they're just way more entertaining women are just way more entertaining when they're feeling secure.
Yeah.
What a crazy concept. And
No,
that's why
yeah.
like VTubing is a female dominated space, because yes, women can be funny. Yes, women are entertaining, but the fact that there's that avatar to hide behind allows them to feel secure about themselves.
What is it? I
And
would
I also
say,
think that's why Emiru is also very successful,
yeah.
because she's very secure and confident in her body. Like she doesn't do like that whole makeup thing too much,
Yeah.
and like she's very comfy,
I would
and
say
that's why she's one
also,
of the most successful.
it has to do with the fact that there are people. So like I said, there are a lot of people who. It's also like with Iron Mouse as well. There are a lot of women who, due to circumstances in their life, whether it be physical, whether it be mental, whether it just be anything. For myself, it was because of. I thought, like I said, I thought I could do that. And while I'm not super unconfident about my appearance, I don't know how to do makeup. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I don't really have. When I first started VTubing, I did not have a lot of life skills. I had some skills, but not life skills that normal people would have due to the things that I went through. And then I cracked down on VTubing so that I could iron out those things.
Can you
And
at least
yeah.
cook scrambled egg?
Yes, I actually can.
Good, most
Shonda, was
VTuber
it?
can't.
Yoshimoto says Shonda was so base for that. Bro, I
She
still have
was.
that one clip where she just called someone gay because, let's be real here, if you think of a guy, every single time you see a VTuber, that's gay, bro. I'm not taking that back.
Yeah, it's very funny. Shondo is very funny.
Not derogatory, by the way.
Let's finish up with a bit more nuance when we open like the last image I sent you of like
Yes.
the most watched Twitch streamer.
What is it?
You know,
It's this one.
It's bias, of course, because Kai is doing his like subathon right now.
Yeah.
But like, no women. Let's be honest here. Streaming is indeed dominated by men. Most of the internet is dominated by men.
Yep.
And VTubing is like the exception.
Yeah, because
and, like, that
and
can
here's the thing:
be-
why are guys dominating on the internet? That's the thing. Why do guys dominate the internet? Because
I
that plays a
could give you
really big
ton
factor.
of different explanation. But
Like there are multiple factors. What is your explanation?
I guess it's just more of like the reptilian brain of like being a bit more assertive in their opinion, being being more prone toward being thought leader in a
Mhm.
sense. You know, that innate capacity for leadership, and I don't know, maybe you know, there's also the fact that most of the loneliness is affecting men,
Yeah.
and the way relationship works is very different between men and women, and maybe that tends to push toward people looking up to streamers a bit more.
Would it be alright if I could like
You
say
know,
my
because like
interpretation?
there's
you.
plenty of like guy friends who like don't know their names of each other. They're just vibing.
Yeah.
And
Like,
look,
what is it?
so of course that allows for healthy parasocial relationship. Like, it's rare that I see a guy having a really unhealthy parasocial relationship toward a male streamer.
Yeah. They're
It's
there,
rare.
but I think the most
They're there,
unhealthy that I've
but it's
seen
rare.
is probably Ludwig and Hassan, and that's about it. Ludwig, Hassan, and Dream. Yeah. And if we really want to, Kai
Asan
Sinet
fans
as
are
well.
weird. I'm sorry, Asan fans are weird.
Oh, trust me,
they're
I've
weird.
seen the videos. I've seen the videos. That
They're
Pepsi one,
weird.
she ran way too fast.
And guys Sinet fan, you know, a lot of them are younger Gen Z ADHD folks, and I'm not into that. I'm
No,
sorry.
for real. What is it? Would it be alright if I could give my interpretation, at least like from
Sure.
when I was getting into it?
Sure.
So I got into the internet when I was I guess when I was at least around when I was like 12. And around 11 and 12. That's when I got my first smartphone and I started getting into like anime and stuff. And I will say, I think I kind of understand, because my brain, even though like I won't ever really understand the guy experience, mine, and my mom has even stated it for herself too, our brains are a lot more masculine when we think of certain things. And the thing is that from a 2010s perspective, when getting into the world of online, it felt like home, if that makes any sense. It felt like this is the only place where I'm not getting bullied, because I was bullied as a kid. And this is the only place where we can all laugh and hang out and not have to worry about it. Because I remember not a lot from my school days. I don't remember a lot from my school days, except for my middle school 7th grade days, because that was the time that I actually had people to talk to. But a lot of the stuff before and after that year is me going online and reading comments day in, day out, watching anime, and just reading comments over and over and over again. And all I could think about was a lot of these are just men. And I relate to a lot of these guys in the comment sections because it was like home. Online, at least. Like a second home, you know? Kind of like that. If I know that sounds super depressing, but like it's probably that way for a lot of people. Like there was loneliness, but then there was disassociated loneliness where you would disassociate from real life, associate with the comments and the videos in YouTube, and then go back to real life to do normal real life stuff like eat and stuff and go to bed and stuff. And then you would do it all over again. And mind you, this was when I was like 12. So I can't even imagine what for some other people it's like, you know? What is it? Hoshino.
I also think...
Yeah, sorry.
Some people are not gonna like that, but I'm a big into sociology, so I'm just speaking purely in numbers here. Yeah. But like when I look at like harassment and specifically women harassment and like unreasonable moral standards and all that, most generally it's women being horrible toward other women.
And I can definitely confirm that
women
for
are
you.
their most
I can confirm
enemies.
that for you, unfortunately.
And like maybe men are less judgmental of difference, maybe?
It's kind of weird because like you have some men who will also group up with women. So it's like, so there are guys, so there's like the whole meme where guys will punch you and women will psychologically hurt you. And that's true.
It's not a meme, it's real though.
Yeah.
It's real.
And it's like the
There's
meme of it, but
empiric
it's like,
evidence.
the reason why I say the meme of it is because not a lot of people think about this, but there are guys who will group up with those girl groups and act the exact same way. Because I've had a couple of guys do that in my life. Unfortunately. And they wouldn't touch me or grab me or anything, but they knew what to do to isolate people. And they would hurt people that way. Because people were doing the whole bully of don't touch and don't do anything, but they would still get at you psychologically. And that's unfortunately the generation I grew up with, where people would get at you psychologically. And then you would go home and then you would go on the internet, be on the internet, and that's how we got some of the toxic people we have now. Or some of the people who just don't understand, you know? Now we live in a generation where people are just angry.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's kind of, it's a number of factors. It's a lot of things. It's like when you see the excited streamer for like a lot of these people, because I don't blame like Kai, for example. He's a fun person. He would be totally someone I would have watched as a kid because he would make someone's life a lot better and happier because he brings joy and happiness. Like how I would watch Connor and Joey and Garn as a kid. And Glass Reflection and all of them. Because that's just how it is. That's how a lot of male guys would do when they would go into streaming and streaming, video making and stuff like that. They brought you a different type of energy that you wish you would have in real life. So that's why, like, with male streamers, because they've already experienced that, or maybe they didn't experience that, but they still wanted you to have a good time. They weren't trying to preach to you about anything. They just want you to have a good time. I went on rambling, sorry.
No, yeah. That's alright. Interesting.
What is it? Yoshimoto says Hassan fans are special breed. Let's leave it at that. We agree with
let's
that.
ignore them.
And he said gamers and anime fans felt beat when online discussing with their fellow gamers and anime fans. The whole women can't use the same outfit twice because men will judge them. When men are out there having 7 iterations of the same outfit will always be funny to me. No, for real.
You know, I have the same like striped blue and white shirt like 4 times.
Trust me, I know the
I
listen.
have 4 of those
You are
shirts.
talking to someone who has worn the same striped shirt for like 5 years every time she goes out. So trust me, I understand the male wardrobe. Even my mom straight up will be like, hey, we need to get you some more clothes.
I can promise you, like, unless they're big into fashion and stuff, those guys do exist.
Yep.
Most guys just don't give a crap. Does the outfit look good? Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Let's go. The people will judge you for wearing the same outfit as them or wearing the same outfit twice is generally fashionistas or women.
Trust me, I understand that. Can I tell you something funny? In
Mm-hmm.
like 7th grade, straight up, I just stopped caring and just wore the same pair of pants, same green pants for like until the end of the semester because we had like 1 month left, and I think I wore it like either for a month. I think I either wore it for a month or for 2 weeks straight.
Ignorance
Enough
is
to where my mom did not notice yet.
God damn it.
Well, she didn't notice at all, but still. So yeah, no, I totally get the male wardrobe thing.
Then the moment you stop caring about a lot of stuff, life's become surprisingly easier.
Yeah, that's what I try and preach to everyone, especially nowadays. It's like, don't care about if people like or dislike your favorite anime. I found some of my favorite anime just because I just shopped around and didn't care about people. And then I went and found message boards where people did talk about this anime. And even though those message boards a lot of them are closed now, it's the fact that that was a time and a place where everyone genuinely talked about it. And then now I'm a new fan and I'm a part of it and I want to keep talking about it so that I can get more people into it. Was it Yoshimoto? Guys don't give a crap so long as the girl they're with looks cute. That's all there is to it. Only women judge other women for that stuff for the most part. Yeah, unfortunately.
It is what it is.
Yup. It's a sad, sad world out there. Music Boy says very true. Yup. I'm so sorry. I went rambling and stuff again.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
What is it?
Do we still have a topic left anyway?
We've got a couple. What is it? So...
I guess I can do
yes.
a couple
This is
more.
one I wanted to talk about. When is it okay to talk privately and not private? And what is it? When is it okay to talk publicly and privately?
Okay, let's go into an imaginary perfect world.
Yes.
Most of the time, you want to at least attempt to resolve things privately. That should be like your first reaction in every situation.
Yes.
Now, if the person that you're talking to either ghosts you, threatens you, or just ignores you, then depending on how bad it is, you may have a case to go public with it.
Yes.
It's entirely dependent on what it is. If it's just, oh, we're not friends anymore, and I've seen that happen, by the way.
Yes.
If it's just, oh, we're not friends anymore, don't do a full Google Doc because
No,
you're
for
just
real.
silly.
Listen,
Just
we saw the
being
Taiga
silly.
situation. That was a disaster. That was an exact
I mean-
reason case of both.
It's not just that. There's so many examples, actually, that let's not just go through them.
No, what
But
is it? I think a good example of like both of the something that should have been kept private would have been the no. So I think if I can use this as an example, the Evil Toast case is an example of something that should have been that was somebody who used let's talk in private as a weapon. Stuff like that. And
Yeah.
then the stuff like the Sens drama with Vane, that was a case where it should have been brought to public. Because, so the Evil Toast, if you went over that case,
Of course,
what
it's
happened was that he
complicated.
was weaponizing privacy. He's like, let's talk in private. And he was still using that even after he was called out so that he could manipulate and take people and keep their DMs and messages private so that he could still go out and spread rumors and ruin people's careers.
I do want to say very convenient for a lot of people that were fine with his antics until he got called out and then suddenly they didn't like it anymore.
Yep.
You know,
And then
how
was
awfully
it?
convenient.
I called it out also with VTuber Twitch ambassadors. None of them came out about his behavior. Only
No.
they only came out about his behavior. Or really, they didn't even come out about his behavior. They only came out because people were then starting to attack them. And they
were
never brought him
also-
up at all.
they were also the case for like people who were also like part of the document. Like there were many screenshots of like some people, and I'm like, well, in that screenshot you seem to validate his behavior very much.
Yep.
Like, why are you in the document?
Yep.
Like, it wasn't a problem until it became one, until it wasn't convenient for your narrative anymore. Like, you know, they rode the bus and they were fine riding the bus. And then when he got called out, they were like, oh, now is my time to betray him and gain the clout on top of having rode the bus for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
What is
felt
it?
very disingenuous. Like, let's be honest here. A lot of the stuff in that document was unsavory, of course.
No,
But
for real.
what I'm also upset about is that how many people seemingly rode his coattail until it became inconvenient for them, or until the popular thing was like shitting on him.
No, like even one girl who, because unfortunately he went after a lot of female VTubers, one girl straight told him, if you keep this up, you're gonna not have friends anymore.
Yeah.
And then people were like, oh, we are so sorry you had to gum with this. You shouldn't have kept this in private for so long. And now blah, 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 blah. And so soon after that, an opposite case happened where someone did come out about their situation in private. It was the VTuber Vane. I think he's BFE, but I think he's just, male buff streamer. And he came out about the VTuber Sens. And Sens was going to his mods and talking about Vane and his BFE type content to his mods, and like being like, oh, if I could just be like Vane, blah 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 blah, and like just kind of all around just like being disrespectful. And so then Sens' old mods, 2 of them, went to Vane and brought him screenshots being like, hey, so Sens is talking kind of trash about you. And it made it even more suspicious because Sens immediately, within hours of them bringing the screenshots to Vane, had deleted and wiped all his mods and was looking for new mods. And so when Vane came out about the screenshots about how Sens was talking trash to him in private, people were like, some people were like, obviously on Vane's side. But there were a few people who were like, well, this seems like a small spat.
Yeah, this should have been kept private, in my opinion. I agree with them.
But the problem is the fact
That's personal
that...
beef.
Here's the thing, though. Vane, this wasn't personal beef. The only reason why Vane knew about it was because the mods went to Vane. And the thing is, though, is that there's an issue where... How should I put this? Because, like, Vane had said in his doc that every time Sens would talk to him, he would always talk nice with him. He would never show that he had issues. And he only found out because of the document. Not even the document. He found out because the mods had dismembered themselves and showed him the screenshots, and he wasn't going to do it, and he thought about it. But he's like, but if you look at Sens and Vane, Sens has a bigger platform. And would have easily, because he was talking to his mods, he was not talking about other streamers, he was comfortable talking trash about Vane to his other mods. And so people were saying, oh, hey, shouldn't you have just confronted him about it? But the problem with that is, if you're comfortable talking trash about your mods, to your mods, there is no doubt in my mind you are totally comfortable talking trash to other streamers. And that's where the issues come in. I'm so sorry.
No, like, I get it, sure. To me, that still have stayed private. To me, that just sounds like a... I mean, come on, let's be honest. A lot of people talk trash behind each other's back. Like, what are we talking about here? Of course.
I think it, like, depends on what it is, you know?
I don't want to say that should be normal, but, like, what did you expect, to be honest? Like, we're still on the internet, after all.
I think...
And, like, of course, some people are gonna be nice to your face and then talk shit in your back.
Yeah.
I think you should have just, like, completely disassociated with them. I don't think the document was needed.
I think it was just only because, like, it's...
him for canceling all his mods, because, they kind of broke his trust by going and telling the other guy about it, in a sense. So, it makes sense why he did that.
No, that makes sense. I think it's a number of factors, because I think it's the way that some situations are portrayed that should dictate whether something should be made in public or made privately. Because with the Evil Toast case, they were handling it privately, to which then he would go to other streamers and he would purposely badmouth them until it got bad and people did lose their careers. We do have people who came out and said, I lost my career because of Evil Toast. I am on hiatus and I will not be coming back.
So it's normal that they come out in public about this because, blackballing is, of course, like, don't do that.
Exactly. And so it's like, if you come out too early with it, then you seem like a clout chaser. But if you come out too late with it, it's like now you've created all these unnecessary victims. And I feel like in Vane's case, he came out at the right time because it showed that people can weaponize talking privately. Because, like, as I said earlier, I had my thing where it was like I've said this before, anything that I will talk about privately, I will talk about it publicly. Like, if I have an issue with someone, I'm going to talk about it publicly because I never want that to be a private matter that can just be solved either instantly or just because I have an issue. Because it creates too much animosity and too much echo chamber. Was it dude disappeared, his mods disappeared, his mods like he was stolen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be if I don't like you, you'll know.
Yeah.
I'm not shy about it.
Yeah. I'm
not shy on my opinions.
No, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, when is it the proper time? Because on the one hand, you want to make sure that you're not creating victims, but at the same time, it's like, again, you come in too early and you make just random assumptions. You just seem like a clout chaser.
It's pretty much pattern recognition. Once can happen, twice, always.
Yeah.
3 times, there's a pattern.
Yeah.
The moment it starts becoming a pattern of behavior is, I think, the moment that if the other person is unwilling to communicate with you and resolve the situation, depending on the gravity of the situation, you can come out and say, like, of course, someone trying to blackball you is definitely worth, like, a public call-out.
Yeah.
Someone just, like, we're not friends anymore. Is that worth a dog? Nah.
Yeah. That sounds about right. That's pretty much it. That's all you can do.
Read the room. I guess, don't be dumb, read the room. It's crazy how those are so simple, yet no one does them.
Man, speaking of so simple and we can do them. Sorry, I messed up in my speech. Speaking of something so simple but nobody does them, making content as a VTuber.
Yeah. I think we brought up that topic when we prepared for this.
We actually have not. Because next up on the list was making content and making stuff specifically for fans and not other VTubers.
Yeah, because there's 2 angles on that.
Yep. Are you tired? You sound a little tired.
No, I'm alright.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
If we need to take a break a little bit and get some water, I can totally do that for you.
No, it's fine.
All right.
No, it's because once I'm done with the stream, I'll go to sleep, so don't worry. Here's the thing. When you think about it, because I see a lot of people complain about growth, and especially on Twitter, a lot of people have big Twitter accounts but have no CCTV.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you're doing it the wrong way. Because I tell that to people I work with my client. Twitter is great, alright? It's a great tool. You can do a lot of stuff with Twitter. What you can do is Twitter is principally a performative, attention-seeking platform.
Yeah.
Twitter is great for getting attention and just being the class clown.
No, for real.
But you don't make fans. You don't make dedicated fans that will watch your stream on Twitter.
No, for real.
You can make them pop in your stream, but you're not gonna make them stay. What's gonna make them stay is if you do content.
Oh,
actual
absolutely.
content.
Oh, what is it?
That's cool.
I would say, I don't think this is controversial, but I do think, because everyone always says the phrase, VTubing feels like high school. Whether they say it in a negative way, But I
say it all the
personally,
time.
what is it? I want to like kind of change it up.
Mm.
Twitter, VTubing Twitter is like high school because it only really happens on Twitter.
I've seen people take weird pot shots at each other on stream, so I don't know.
I would say it mostly like people, but like what is it? A lot of those people have Twitter, and then they take that Twitter attitude and then they put it into their streams. If that makes any sense.
I've seen. No, I'm not gonna give names right now, but some of the people that know me know exactly what I'm talking about. There's this one person that I really don't like, and she tends to do sneak disses, and I'm like, fuck off. I'm sorry for the slurs, but like,
listen.
no, there's some people that really bring that sneak dissing high school energy on their stream, and I'm like, no, please, don't do that.
Yep, I don't doubt that. What is it? Would make for good song covers. Sing a song about high school already exists.
Yeah.
What is it? No, I totally agree with you on that. And it's like I had to make like what is it? I told you.
I hate sneak disses. I hate it.
Trust me. Listen, you hate sneak disses. I hate fake people. We've already been kindred.
Yeah.
Like what is it? I said this, like I told you behind the scenes. One thing I don't like, and one thing I did in VTubing was that I tried to grow on Twitter, and I have only grown 3 times on Twitter, because I made call out posts. And genuine call out posts that I meant because the situations called for it, because they were calling for situations that I do not agree with. Rarely have those situations ever exploded to my YouTube side. Number one, because I was always on hiatus. So it's kind of a running joke in my community. Every single time I take a hiatus, I like something blows up. Something blows up. Mm-hmm. My tweets will sometimes blow up, or my videos will blow up, and I can never capitalize on them because when I say I'm on a hiatus, I take a full hiatus for a day or a week. And I'm just like, now nobody will come to stream.
Yeah. It's like Penumbral. He goes on vacation and then Twitter blows up.
No, for real. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's like happened on like 5 different occasions, 5 or 6 times. 4 times on YouTube. What is it? 4 times on YouTube, 3 times on Twitter. Every single time. And it's like...
Twitter is great for attention, but you don't make a fan base on Twitter.
Exactly. Like, what is it? And like, what is it? My problem with it, and this ties into like our point of making content for fans instead of making content for VTubers. Technically, she has made it public. Should I or no? Because this is not bad blood or calling her out or anything, but I remember her saying this, and would it be okay to say this?
DM it to me, I guess.
Yeah. What is it? I'm sorry, I'm a slow typer.
I'm a fast typer.
I put in the interview like text. Zan has went to the Shadow Realm.
Well, if you don't know who to raid after Armchair is live right now talking about that Australian stuff. They introduce like a law to make like social media illegal unless you show ID and like no minors on social media anymore, and it's a bit of a kerfuffle.
Oh yeah, let's be real here. This less 14-year-olds' opinions I have to hear. Unfortunately, that's the sacrifice we must have.
Yeah.
Did you see the message I sent?
No.
Yeah.
Where did you put it?
Yeah. I just in
this one
text room.
Yeah, I guess she's very open about it.
Yeah. What is it? So Mari Yume for those that don't know, Mariume makes a lot of tutorials in VTubing content. And one thing she came out about was how she made a bunch of comments on how she made a bunch of content on how to grow and become a VTuber. And she made so much of it that it actually helped a lot of VTubers like myself. In fact, I really wish she did a lot more in-depth videos on it, because I really think her style and entertaining persona really helped with making people comfortable with the idea of content creation in VTubing outside of streaming. Now, the thing is, however, she came out about on Twitter how she had to constantly delete content because she was listening to too many VTubers who were like, your content is cringe, or that's not really something I want you to do. I'd actually want you to delete your videos. And I was like, but why though? I like your videos because they helped me. They helped me as a viewer and a VTuber. Because for a lot of streamers, they tend to forget, like, what is it? I think it's admirable and really cool that you want to make content to appeal to the big corpos and other VTubers and all that stuff. But a lot of VTubers tend to forget that your fans are the most important. Like, it's one thing to number Andy, because everyone always focuses on how some VTubers get into numbers and stuff like that, and that is part of it. But my issue is the amount of VTubers who forget who they're making content for, which is their fans. And it's really annoying because as a viewer and a VTuber, I come to you for the content and you see me not even as a number or a person, and it's like, who are you making content for?
You know, let's be a bit too real, I guess, here.
Yeah.
I completely forgot what I was about to say.
Oh no. I was yapping too long, I'm sorry. Very true, yeah. The idea is great, the execution is absolutely trash. Yep.
No, I completely forgot what I was about to say. You could go on.
What is it? It's like, I don't even know, like, it's something that I noticed because of what Mari said, but it's like when people, like, it's like one of the reasons why I appreciate VTubers and why I try and strive for myself as a VTuber to remember, like, my fans. Because when you remember the fans, you remember who you're making content for. Yes, you're making content for yourself, but you have to remember making content for your fans is the #1 priority. We got into this conversation, Zan, where there were a lot of VTubers. A lot of VTubers as of late have been doing face reveals. Yeah. And this actually is...
There's always that IRLX, the VTuber trend. I really don't like.
And one thing that people get upset by during this time when they do the IRL versus VTuber stuff is the fact that, and I'm sorry to say it, when you do that, you are not thinking of your fans, you are thinking of yourself, and that's not an issue. If you want to do that because that makes you happy, they're doing that because it makes you happy. But the problem is that the one thing I don't like seeing is the amount of VTubers who come out, do the face reveal, their fans leave them, because there's more to just... Because every single time this happens, it's always, oh, my immersion is broken, the immersion is broken. When really, a lot of them will switch to IRL content, or it's like, well, I don't really care for a face reveal. Because let's be real here, a lot of VTubers, they're attractive. And for a lot of them, doing a face reveal does, even if it's not the intended full focus, let's be real here, it does boost a lot of ego because we all like compliments. We all like compliments. I like compliments. I like compliments on my art, let alone somebody getting compliments on their looks. And that's not to say that they're ugly or anything, but it's like, part of it is an ego thing. There's also the fact that I did not come for you. I did not come for your content of IRL stuff. I have unfollowed a lot of VTubers, not just because they showed their face. Far from it. I still follow a couple of people who have done a face reveal. But I don't want to follow you if you're starting to do IRL content and then you slowly taper off VTubing. If you do that, I'm gonna unfollow you because I'm now no longer getting the content that I want. It's like going to a Let's Player and then they switch to vlogging. I didn't come for your vlogs. I came for you to play Kirby Triple Deluxe.
Kirby Triple Deluxe.
Listen, it's a good game, bro.
Okay.
It's a good game. I need to buy it again.
I believe you.
Doing the whole
Yeah,
face
I
reveal
don't
thing
know.
should be done on a secondary account. Pretty much. What is it? Many aspiring content creators don't
Yeah, I
ask
guess.
themselves those questions such as, who do I make content for? Why would people watch my content and such? Which would be most basic yet most important question you should ask yourself. They're not VTubers anymore by that point, it's mostly for ego and less for their privacy. Now, here's the thing about that, though. There are some VTubers who do hybrid IRL content. And that is something I still vibe with. Like Little Nee recently, she said she wanted to do IRL content and put kind of VTubing on the back burner due to her mental health, and then when she gets back with an agency, she wants to do hybrid content. That is something I don't mind. However, if there is a streamer out there who is a VTuber, only dropped in on VTubing to get VTuber clout, and then immediately goes back to IRL streaming without any notice of when they're gonna do VTubing, you're just an IRL streamer. I'm following you because you're not doing the content I like anymore. It's not just about immersion. You're not doing the content I like. And then they'll be like, well, my real fans, it's not about your real fans. You're not making the content I like anymore. You know? I'm sorry. I'm like overtaking the conversation again. Sorry, Zan.
No, it's fine.
I yapped too much.
It's just that, it's gonna sound mean, but things have to be said, The issue is that many people forget that VTubing is also a job. There's a professional side to it.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, there is a person behind the avatar. Of course, you are valid to feel that way. But two things can be true at once. Yes, there is a person behind the avatar, but you are also a product. You are a marketable product. You are a dancing monkey. You are here to entertain people.
Yeah.
And if you forget that, then guess what? They aren't gonna watch you anymore.
Yeah.
And people will often mix like.
Oh, they'll watch you still. You're just gonna be the next Chris Chan.
Yeah.
Or Boogie.
I brought that once when there was the whole election thing about like some people getting incredibly aggressive with like their political take and like saying if you supported this candidate, I don't want you. And I'm like, you're fucking dumb.
No,
I'm
for real.
sorry.
Like, even I straight up, like, I remember I talked about this on stream. There was someone who DM'd me being, like, trying to follow police me. And it's like, I didn't follow you for you to talk to me like I'm 5. I follow you because you're a VTuber artist. I'm unfollowing you now.
You're alienating your current audience and potentially future audience. And, like, for what? To give your opinion out?
Yeah. And here's the thing. You can still put your opinion out there. You just now have to face the consequences of your opinion.
And, I have seen so many people make legitimately good tweets about those elections because they were calm, they were just making point, and, you don't have to be aggressive and, like, try to police people, try to thought police people and, like, say, oh, if you do this, you're horrible. No, don't do that. That's big dumb. You can agree to disagree with people, I have plenty of friends I don't agree with, and we're still friends because I'm an adult.
Yeah.
Like, that's just basic adulting. That's also why there's that word about VTubing being like a school ground at time, because it's like so many VTuber are just looking. Maybe it's gonna sound so horrible with what I talked earlier, about women feeling insecure and needing validation. Because like there's also the other double-edged sword of like when you're seeking too much validation and then you're looking at yes men instead of people that would be genuine with you.
No, for real.
And that can really alienate you from a lot of people that think differently than you.
Yeah. No, for real. That's what is it? That's what I came into like VTubing with. Now it does here's the thing, it does have its like consequences when you do that, because then you what is it? So you have some people who do their opinions, who like say their opinions, and they what was it? They want to say the right opinion, you know? Yeah. Like it goes with back to let me go back to which one of these? Was it this one? Here we go. It goes back to this chart right here. Should I write that? Should you write that?
Yeah.
Like, who are you trying to appeal to? Think about your audience. And you don't have to think about your target. Listen, think about your target audience. It doesn't matter if it leaves the target audience. They're gonna probably hate you anyway, whether they found you through this tweet or not, because that's usually the case sometimes. But should you tweet that? Who are you making this for? Who?
You should generally avoid politics anyway. It's too divisive
what is it?
nowadays.
I think someone said it best.
It's sad that it's the case, but
here's the thing though, like there are political VTubers out there. Kirsche, like say what you want about Kirsche, she still knows what she's talking about, even if you don't agree with her.
Yeah.
She's a political streamer, and I watch her content because I want to know a different side to it all, because I do follow people that I don't really necessarily agree with, or that I do agree with, but want a more nuanced take on things.
Here's the thing though. Kirsche tries being fair, she gives nuance, and she tries to think before opening her mouth, you know. She tries to back up what she says with like news articles and datas. It's not just her opinion, you know.
Yeah, and she
also
asked
like
her...
a genuine intellectual conversation.
Yeah,
there's a difference between I have looked at trends, I have looked at numbers, I have looked at articles, and I'm trying to construct an argument. And here's my opinion, here's how I feel. Those are two very different things.
Yeah. She also asked chat to like remind her and stuff, and that is a way of thinking of your audience, because chat will remind you of things that you have said or opinions that you might have changed on, and either way A, will revert back to them, or B, clarify on your new opinion. And that is collaboration. Like, what is it? In VTubing, I think this is a thing that people also need to call attention to. You are not just collaborating with other streamers when you are VTubing. You are collaborating with your chat. And your chat...
Yeah.
And obviously the higher the numbers you have, the harder it will be to collaborate with everyone in chat. But the people you can collaborate with, 1 to 2 people or 10 people a stream, as your audience grows, that is still a lot of opinions and a lot of things to talk about. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a whole lot to it.
I know people take great offense when you tell them they're a marketable product and a dancing monkey, but like, come on now.
You are absolutely are. Like, I am at the whim of chat sometimes.
You're also a person. You're also valid in that, and people should respect you, but you're still a dancing monkey.
Yep.
Two things can be true at once.
Yeah, like I said earlier with like the Dallas cheerleaders, they are beautiful and they work hard and they're underpaid. Again, a lot of things with cheerleading. Look up the history of cheerleading and look up idol culture. And look up idols and idol culture. They are 1-to-1. Even from the age they start to how they can be kicked out in the industry, a lot of them, and how they are paid and stuff like that. But the thing is, though, is like, that's just it. I forgot I was gonna say. Oh man, I'm sorry.
Well, I feel less lonely about it.
Oh man, trust me.
We can move to the next topic if you want.
No, yes, it was. I'm so sorry. I forgot what I was gonna say. What is it? Fake clout.
I think we talked about it much. It's, about all the...
Being fake humble and all that type of crap.
Clout chaser and, yeah. That kind of crap.
There's female VTubers in drama and, of course, money and passion.
Yeah, I think we've done most of them.
Yeah. What about anything on your side that you may have wrote down off screen?
Let me double check. I think we've done most of it, I guess.
I guess then we can
yeah, there was the nobody cares that you broke up with your boyfriend
Oh,
from reunion. I thought that
gosh, you're right.
was a funny one.
Let me also go back to like our DMs because I know I may have sent you something and then never wrote it down, you know? Let me see. We're gonna talk about the V2. We're gonna talk about this mysterious VTuber Zan VT. He said some controversial stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man.
If only you knew, I can get very unhinged if I really want to.
Trust me, bro. We can all be edgy. Listen. We can all be edgy, but
I actually have a funny anecdote about that. Hang on, keep searching for DMs.
oh, you know
social
what? That actually is a topic we can talk about. Edgy.
I guess.
Being edgy in
Yeah.
VTubing. Because I feel like there should be there's a balance, right?
Of course, there's always a balance.
Yeah. I feel like in a lot of ways with VTubing, you can be edgy in like I would say there's like kind of a litmus test of being edgy. There's being like edgy for real edgy, and then there's being fake edgy. Cause like a lot of people who are edgy, they'll be like, it's like just YouTube, right? Where people, it's like they sand off their edges over time, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you could say it better than me.
Look at Pippa. She's become way more calmer now.
Yeah.
And look at Tenma. She still doesn't care.
Yeah. I think with like, there's edgy and then there's like taking it too far and you gotta pull yourself back. But the thing with pulling yourself back is if you pull too much, then you're not you anymore. Which I think in a lot of ways has happened to Pippa a little bit.
I guess.
Because I did like the fact that she was kind of unhinged and called people out for kind of just what they are, cloud chasing goblins. But she's also pulled back, not only for herself, because that is something I do admire. She pulled herself back so that she could support her chat, but also because she wants to support the other girls and she doesn't want to make them uncomfortable. But that's like a self thing that she did for herself.
It's hard really to give a limit to how much is too much because it's so dependent on like your chat and if what you do gets out of containment, quote unquote, and there's really no good way to navigate it, and it's more a play by ear kind of thing, if you know what I mean.
No, for real. Like I remember, like I said earlier, I was like, if I swear, I can grow in VTubing, but it's like there's like 50 other people who swear, and I'm already kind of unhinged in my own way. So let's just be unhinged and not swear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what is it? I think also like your audience is gonna come to you, and like what is it? I think also it's like a combination of your chat. And like your chat's gonna build around you to suit you, and they'll understand the etiquette as they interact with the streamer and stuff like that. Cause like Kirsche, again, using Kirsche as an example, she has a really specific type of chat when she talks about politics and DEI and everything. And with say someone like Rima, it's not night and in fact I would say in a lot of ways Rima and Kirsche, their chats are very similar, but it's the fact that they talk about certain things, you know, in a specific type of way that kind of like you can tell the rules of the chat. Yeah. What is it? Yoshimoto says, as with all things, it's all about striking that balance. No, for real.
Yeah, it always is. It is about balance.
Yeah. What is it?
When I think of like my more unhinged side, there's always that quote from a good friend of mine that comes back and is like, I mean, like, you're smart, you have done the PR and everything, you know what you should say and should not say, you just don't care and just say it. And I think that's worse. That's exactly what he told me.
To be honest,
I know what to say and what not to say, I just don't care.
That's my Twitter in a nutshell, because...
Yeah, you should stop picking so many fights.
Trust me, I know, but so many people are so dumb.
Yes, I know. I've been there, but trust me, it's not worth
Don't
it.
worry. I definitely know I gotta scale back. Probably on the 1st of January, but really, I know I need to scale back right now.
Yeah.
Listen. I said in the past, I ain't self-righteous. I know what I'm getting myself into when I make those comments. I'm here for the
Yeah.
fight, personally.
I've been good for you, I suppose. I'm just not interested anymore. I've grown from that
No, you
mindset.
good. No, it's totally understandable. It's totally understandable. Like I said, I know I need to pull back because I'm
Yeah.
dumb. I know I'm dumb. Literally, you are not the first person to call it out. Even my own chatters have called it out like a year ago.
You
Be
know,
like, Ken,
you have to think about
Ken.
it, is this person worth your time or is this a losing battle?
True. I should just leave it to Rev says Des. He's the better expert on this.
I mean, even Rev, he generally really picks his fight.
True. You were like the second person in my life who has ever said that, and I really need to follow that advice.
No, yeah, you do. You take way too much fights.
Okay.
Don't do that.
You know what? Nah, I can't even say a vow. I already know good and well that if I say that, I'm gonna break it, and then I'm gonna be so upset. But nah, for real though. I do. What is
No, but I
this?
understand your desire to make people respect the culture.
Yep.
No, I get it.
Oh, there's also I remember you have this images involving Shy Lily.
Yes,
Let me open these up and we can talk about these and then
sure.
maybe whatever happens. Can you at least give us a schedule starting from now on for those fights? I want to follow the league. What is it? Let me see. I think this was the
I
first one.
you can do uh, exclamation marks socials and get Kendra's Twitter and just pop up a couple of times and you'll see them.
Listen. If you've been seeing what's happening, listen. Okay, so for those that don't know what's happening, so there was this one girl, and she's just straight up being racist, and I'm guessing it's because of who I follow. I see her on my timeline. I respond because she's wrong and racist, and it's my fault because she's a racist. I shouldn't be reasoning with
You
racist.
this is one of your latest one where I was like, you're fair for doing that. So that's very funny that you mention it because I'm like, oh no, on this one you're fair, sure.
I'm like, why are you
So yeah,
lying for free?
yeah. So this is when I present a case study I give to almost all of my clients, and I always talk about it with them because this is essentially quintessentially the best PR post from any indie VTuber ever.
Yes. Lily
TM.
is very Lily.
I don't
Yes,
think
Lily is very
someone's ever
professional.
written something better. Yeah, that was, I don't know if you remember, that was about Small Lola
Wait a
and
see, let
the
me
whole
see.
copycat incident.
This is the small Lola. Because I follow small Lola. What is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this I remember reading this post when it happened.
Yeah, and I basically broke down like some of the main argument and why they're good. There's like 5 main one, I think, if I remember. And like a lot of it boils down to like very clever writing
Yep.
and a lot of self-awareness, especially because like when you read the tweet there's a couple of things that come up to mind, and that this is a lose-lose. She talks about how people are waiting for her to say the wrong thing, and however how she was forced to address this because people kept bringing it to her, whether on stream or in DMs or to her talent manager.
Yep.
She reminds people that her opinion is her opinion and it's just not above everyone else. Honestly, I think that's like a part you can maybe scrap off, and that may be a bit unnecessary, but that's just my opinion. And maybe I'm just too used to corpo speak. That's also possible.
Corpus Beat cuts it
And this
down.
is because this is a way more personable message.
Yeah.
It's less brand and more me.
I think
Quote
this is the
unquote.
perfect balance of corpo speak and just being just straight up.
Yeah, pretty much. And then if you go to the second one,
Hmm.
there's also two other arguments which are, pretty good. There's the appeal to reason, where she's just like, like don't go slender my community and drama frogs and all of that. It's just basic appeal to reason, like be decent.
Yeah.
Uh, the appeal to reason is that the idea that everyone can agree to that. And there's a reason why she put it near the end, because that's where it's at its strongest. And
Yeah.
then, just back to my silly antics. Like at the end of the day, I don't really care and I don't want to get involved, which, is a bit funny because, like, she did address it. So, in a sense, she did get involved and care. But,
Yeah.
it's a way to kind of like close the situation in a sense. Because, like, after that tweet, like, the small Lola stuff really died down.
Yeah. What is it? I follow Lola,
Because,
and she's pretty much just what she's doing. She's just changing her avatar. Pretty much what everybody
yeah.
already said. She's planning on doing a re-debut, and everyone moved on. That's it.
And then
Because that's all that needed to happen.
she sent a hand message where she just shares about how grateful she is to her fan, and that just feels good and people move on.
Yeah. My life
And
literally
to this day, it's
changed.
still, in my opinion, like the best, quote unquote, addressing the drama tweet
Yep.
we've ever had.
The
I don't think
second
it
one in
gets
the
much
entire
better
VTubing
than
life
this.
cycle. I'm sorry. I talked over you.
No, it's fine. I said I don't think it gets much better than this. Like, this should be the standard.
Yeah.
Like, this is a very high standard, but it should be what everyone should strive to attain.
Yeah. It's sometimes it's as simple as saying, listen, I can't stop it. I'm not gonna get involved. Just treat everybody kindly and just move on.
Yep. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I'll acknowledge its existence, but I also want to say I'm not it.
And then that's all you need to do.
And I mean, it's pretty easy for her to just let it slide because she's so big and powerful that
Yeah. What is it? Like for a lot of
she's in a good position to just ignore it.
yeah. Like what is it? I say it's like with your actions. Like I would say if we could relay back to I mean that was kind of a double-edged sword, but basically like the whole drama with like Kevin that we talked about in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was that a lot of people were calling for Iron Mouse to drop Kevin. A lot of artists and the people she worked with. And then Kevin came out and said, guess what? I will be contacting artists before I edit people's work. And Iron Mouse didn't say anything. However, she did show up in another one of his reels. And it showed that she was not going to listen to just Twitter speak. She's not getting involved in drama. And she just moved on. And she was like, I'm still working with Kevin. You can have your opinions. And we already resolved it behind the scenes. Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, there's also the fact that people were criticizing like Kevin's work.
Yeah.
And generally artists take a lot of pride in their work, so
Yeah.
Of course, it was different that someone copied me.
Yep. That was a whole situation, but there's
a pretty big difference between someone copied me and everyone is bringing it up to me, and I'm a victim of everything in a sense.
Oh no! What is it?
She didn't ask for people to copy her, but it's kind of expected when you're like the most successful indie VTuber.
Yeah.
That like people are gonna try and emulate you in your success.
What is it? I actually want to ask you this. Since we're on the topic of artists and stuff like that, the one thing I actually really has gotten under my skin in VTubing is the amount of artists who I'm not talking about the ones where how should I put this? They'll make it their life's mission to have so much control in a VTuber's life, despite the fact that again I paid you over like $5,000. Some of them I can understand from a corporation standpoint, but a lot of them it's like, why? Why, bro?
What do you mean by that? As in like terms of service?
So it's kind of like that because there are obviously terms of service and contracts and stuff with professional VTubers, right? But a lot of the indie scene, because they do not have that contract, because they do not have the thing, again, it's like the whole with Nano and how she was trying to have so much say with who can be Iron Mouse's rigger, just when using her model, or when a lot of people were like being like, if you work with these people despite paying me, again, you paid them like thousands upon thousands of dollars, because again, VTubing is expensive. And so now, despite them paying you and giving you the money and you receiving the work from them, now they're trying to dictate parts of your VTubing career, despite the fact that, hey, you do not have that authority in my life.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. If you seriously think that like you can draw someone models and then tell them who they can ask them to rig or not, they're kind of delusional.
Yeah.
Like that's very delusional of you. Like you can have some say in the way it's used and stuff, sure, but you can't like blackball certain people from like rigging it. Like, what are you on? What do you smoke? I gotta try some, because it seems to be some pretty powerful stuff, man. to think you have like any form of authority to like dictate those kind of terms. Like, who are you? Like, sure, you made it, but like you made it for someone, not for yourself.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, sure, you created it, but it's still their property. Like you sold it to them. And especially if there's no contract, like it ends there. Like it's not yours anymore. You sold it.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why,
That's why people hate Ferrari.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of that, but like,
yeah,
there's been multiple instances of people trying to modify their Ferrari car.
Oh yeah.
And Ferrari getting very upset and sending lawyers and stuff. And that's why Ferrari is now one of like, I don't want to say it's the most hated brand, but if you're a bit into car culture, you will see that the people who are generally into car culture and modification really don't like Ferrari. The people that are into Ferrari are generally like, you know, just older dudes that don't really care about car modification or car culture.
Aren't they the ones that have the contract clause?
The Ferrari brand.
Yeah, no, what is it? Aren't they the ones that have the contract clause where you cannot even destroy? That's one of the reasons why, like, Mr. Beast only like kills his Lamborghinis but never a Ferrari.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Yes. They're every guy who's a bit into car culture would tell you Ferrari sucks.
Dang.
They're horrible. Nobody likes them.
Can we?
Except, as I've said, like older, rich people who just want the prestige, and I mean they do look nice, sure, but it's my car. If I want to change it up, I should be able to. It's my property. Who are you to dictate terms on my? I paid it with my money. It's mine.
Yeah, no.
There's just basic consumer etiquette, and that's the same thing with artists. Like, why are you being like Ferrari? Especially if there's no contract saying anything. Like, you sold it. It's not yours anymore. It's theirs.
No,
you have no say anymore in this. Like, if they wanna like deface your work, well, guess what? It's their property. Can do whatever they want.
Yeah. Like, what is it? Like, so it's because I've been seeing every single time, again, relaying back to the Kevin situation, it was always, well, you see, artists are the lifeblood of the community until we don't like this artist and we want to out them from the community. And it's like, so we're just being hypocritical and we're being angry for no reason. Okay. So, again, it's like, why? Again, I paid you money. I paid you my money, my own money that I did not have to give you. I could have given it to someone else. And it's like, again, it's not a bad thing to like, you know, have certain guidelines, even though I do kind of have a little bit of a stubbornness with how, say, some JP artists will be like, don't modify my avatar. I can at least still understand that because, again, there are not safe for work parts that might peek through the model and then get you unintentionally banned and stuff, right? That's why that whole thing with VTube Studio happened a couple months back. Where they had the Eldritch switch button where you could just fly around your avatar 50 different directions. But it's like, there's such a thing as slightly telling someone, hey, you can't do this, and being like, I now dictate your avatar for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, artists have the lifeblood of the community. I think that's very pretentious because, you know, there's so many people who just do their own rigging or make their own model that I've
Yeah.
seen. And I'm like, you're a convenience. You're not really that important.
It's like,
I know it sounds mean,
they
but
treat it as like owing you a favor, you know? Like you owe
the
them.
issue is that people put artists on a pedestal and they
Yes.
shouldn't.
And I say this
They're
as an
just
artist myself. I'm not saying this because,
Yeah.
like, I'm
They're
angry just for no reason.
They're another cog in the machine. They're useful, they're important, they have their role, but they are not more important than the other.
Yeah.
And I know people really don't like that train of thought, but like, ask any. That's a very Western thing, to be honest. If you ask Eastern countries, they will completely agree with what I say.
No, for real. And it's not like obvious, and obviously it's not like they don't have their issues with the whole thing either. It's just that it's so prominent in indie VTubing that it's just like, you have way too much say in my life for someone I paid over thousands upon thousands of dollars for.
Like, I rarely hear about like corpo and artist issues unless it's them not getting paid. I idol, but they have solved that, so that's good.
Like, what is it? Like, I know it happened with Cover where they weren't paying one, but I think that was because it was due to a mix-up, and they underestimated the budget for some of their projects. But that's understandable because some people mess up numbers all the time. I know I have.
Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't because they're a big company and they actually got they got the ruler hit on the hand by the Japanese Trade Commission because they didn't pay their artists properly. But you know, outside of like artists having some payment issue, generally you don't hear about much drama concerning like models and art themselves.
Yeah. What is it? I think, what is it? The same thing. I remember when Rima covered the case. I remember she covered it and straight up was like, maybe I need to draft up an NDA for my, like, because it shouldn't get to that point. Because now we're starting to actually, again, get into actual idol culture. And she was like, maybe I should draft up an NDA for my model, artist, and rigger now. We're starting to creep into idol culture, which people don't realize.
I love NDAs. People hate hearing that word, but I love that word.
Oh, I know. I totally love NDAs.
I love that word.
Some people don't realize how to use NDAs, but when they are applied, they are applied very well.
Yes. The issue is that people misconstrued NDAs as like a corporate gag, which it's not. Do some companies use it that way? Yes.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean it's not wrong to use it that way. And they are very important. An NDA is not just to protect the company, it's also to protect you. It's even to protect from yourself.
Oh yeah, trust me. One of the reasons why at first, like, I remember trying to audition for corporations 3 times because I knew early on, hey, either I gotta manage myself, which obviously I now have to because I'm a blabbermouth. But I was like, if I go under a corporation, they're going to train me properly and I will know what to do.
Yeah.
And I do know what to do. I just don't do it. What is it? Yoshimoto says, some people think of themselves as the most important part of the project, when in truth, they are only but a cog in the machine. An important cog, maybe, but a cog nonetheless. Yeah.
Excuse me, my headset died for a second.
Do you see Yoshimoto's comment? He pretty much basically said what you said.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're not important.
Yeah.
Like, of course, you're important. You're doing something that is very great, that is beneficial, and that is convenient for everyone. But don't foolishly think you're more important than you are.
Yeah.
Because you will be replaced if you step out of line too much.
Yeah, same
and
thing happened.
Like,
what is it?
There's plenty of artists. If you're too controlly, you will be replaced by another artist who's
and people will spread that around.
Applicable.
People will spread that around. That if you are difficult, you will get around. If not publicly, privately.
And you know, you can be difficult, but only if you have like the skill and the reputation already to back it up, and that's something you earn, you know.
Yeah.
It's not something you automatically have.
That's
It's
just
earned,
how it
not
be.
granted. I know some artists who are very popular and very difficult and squirmy about some of their commission,
Yeah.
but like they're top tier, they're very expensive, and they draw amazing art. So they have the right to be a bit more like tactless. Let's say
Yeah.
they have earned that right.
Like
It's a right
even
you
like
earn.
even if we don't like it, if you have the credentials to back it up, I can still not. What is it? It's like the meme. The worst person in the room is always right.
Yes,
In some
that's me.
cases, you
That's
still
my
got the
job in a
consequences.
nutshell.
What is it? Like you still got the
Uh,
consequences, but you are right. You have the
that
authority.
that's the job of the PR guy. I need to be the guy that always say no, and everybody hates me for it.
No, for real. That's just
But the
how it
worst
be.
part is they can't say I'm wrong ever because I know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
and it's very infuriating sometimes to work with me, and I'm very well aware of that.
No, for real.
The
You could talk.
PR is a horrible job. Let's be honest. I'm doing some godforsaken work, but it's necessary.
No,
Someone
like what
has
is
to do
it?
it.
Like you can listen, the one thing like for a PR person, you can criticize them for being rude, mean, or anything above anything above, but you can't say they're wrong if they really say something right.
Yep, yep.
Cause like listen, you think it's not the first time someone's told me I'm kinda going schizophrenic on my own tweets?
Yeah.
It's not the first time.
I
I
mean,
don't like to hear it, but I know I gotta settle down.
yeah.
What is it? Yoshimoto says, in my head, since I am well versed in that stuff, I compare the whole issue to military hardware. Like, you can have the amazing hardware on the planet, but if you don't have anything to support it, in the end, it will be useless. That is true. That is true.
Ah, look, we have this amazing rotary cannon minigun. How many watts does it use? Well, it needs an entire boat full of solar panel to power it. That's
Yeah.
not very convenient. Convenient? Question mark.
It's not about convenience, bro. It's about it working. That's just how the way the world works. You want it to be convenient so badly, but at the end of the day, it's not about convenience, dude. It's about working the way it does.
I think it's funny because, like, I think Musashi said something of the sort of like, in the world there is a truth, and if you choose to ignore it, then you live in a lie. Because if you ignore how things are, then forever in a lie you will remain.
Yeah.
Something of the sort.
Sounds
So
about right
basically,
to me.
sometimes certain things are the way they are because they just are, and if you ignore it, then you live in a lie.
Yep.
And, you know, I think that's very interesting.
Yep. Sometimes, what is it? Like, there's ignorance
Sometimes
is
it is
bliss.
what it is.
What is it? There's
Yeah,
ignorance is
ignorance is
bliss, but
bliss.
if you keep being in that bliss, you're never gonna know when you need to either shape up or if you're gonna get hurt. And sometimes you just gotta say it like it is.
Yep.
That's one of the things where I like, what is it? Like, one of the things, like, I straight up say, and like, I bring up the video, I'm not trying to shill, obviously. Like, I bring up the thing with the VTuber Twitch ambassadors, because even though I'm small, I at least want to say something, because that is what I want to say. That's how I feel, because even though like, some people, like, people say the thing of my feelings matter, but I really felt like something needed to at least be out there because it is the honest truth. I don't like how like I feel like a PR person definitely was needed for this. How during the Ugu Bear
I mean,
situation.
Twitch doesn't have good PR. I mean,
Yep.
they tried to pass off the fact that they didn't wanted to pay the guy for the emote as like, oh, what an unfortunate thing that we're not gonna be able to have the emote anymore. You just didn't wanted to pay, you cheap ass.
Meanwhile, he literally was saying, hey, he literally was like shouting
Yeah, he
from his
said-
Twitter, being like, hey, so
He
I'm
was
like
like,
willing to
yeah.
negotiate more prices with you guys. Hey, I got the
Okay.
money. I got the contract ready.
Like, what a giant PRL for Twitch.
Trust
As
me.
if they didn't have enough already.
Yep. And like, what is it? What I was saying was, there was a VTuber. They went by the name Ugu Bear, and I followed them since the early days of VTubing.
No, yeah, I
And
know Goober.
yeah,
I know Goober very well. Maybe a bit too much, in fact, at times.
sometimes listen, like they say, never meet your heroes, bro.
Hmm.
But like, I remember I'm not sure if you may have seen it. I saw the clip when a.k.a. uploaded it.
No, I saw the whole video.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that made me, what is it? In my first video, I was angry. In my second video, the one that's up on the channel in public, I was more rational, but I was still disappointed. And I feel like that would have reflected badly if I just let the anger sit, because nobody's gonna listen to you when you're angry. I mean, they will, but then you'll become the next Boogie. But
Here's the thing. Her feelings weren't wrong,
Yeah.
and she wasn't wrong to feel that way. The issue is that she just either intentionally or out of sheer ignorance decided to ignore the context,
She
or
did.
just wasn't willing to understand what the problem was. She just didn't get it.
Yeah. There were
You
a lot
don't
of
get
things
it.
that Azehara did not get in the video. I remember one of them was that she said apparently in the video was that the e-girls, you know, because we gotta call it like it is, that the e-girls are more oppressed than VTubers, which is a statement she
No.
did say.
That's such a lie.
Yeah. Again, I've said it before.
There was
They're
I
manipulating.
shared that story every time someone tells me that. There was this girl who had sex on stream in front of a mirror, so you know, of course the people could see the shape and what was happening.
Yep.
She did that twice.
Twice.
Total time of bans, 4 days. She got a 1 day and she got a 3 day.
You mean she did
And
that
she had
twice?
sex on stream twice. 4-day ban.
Is this the same girl we're talking about? The one that got famous?
I don't know if she got famous off of it, but
Well, the one who was more infamous from doing it. She did it twice?
But I remember a girl like that. Maybe we're talking about the same. I don't know. But yeah. Twice sex on stream, 4 days ban total. Like, what a yoke. I feel like Fernando Alonso right now. What a yoke.
Yep.
God damn it.
But yeah. I think that's
4-day ban is a yoke. We know Fernando.
No, but for
We
real.
know.
What is it? I know exactly the girl Zan is talking about. She did it twice and only got a slap on the wrist for both of them. Listen, I know the story of the girl who opened her butthole on stream. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I wasn't there for that goatsy, but
just now put the picture on one side. You have that clip, and on the other side you have Uguber saying, "Oh yeah, e-girls are more oppressed than V2."
Yep. And like
suddenly that comes off very wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because they do get away with it. Because let's be real here, like I said, there are, like, what is it? I said in the clip, there is mostly misogyny, but there is also misandry in Twitch when it comes to the e-girls. Because, again, Twitch makes it so that they can benefit from it and it rewards them, but they are still also exploiting those girls behind the scenes. We all know that. We all know that.
Of course, my problem is with the fact that they take a cut and the fact that these women are basically selling their bodies, and you know, it feels like a pimp relationship basically, where Twitch is like, hey, go do your little dance, I'll take my share and you'll keep yours, you know.
Yeah. And there was also the 2020 incident, if you know about that one.
There was Alinity and all of her shenanigans.
Yep. Oh, do you know about the 2020 incident?
Imagine asking the Twitch mods, oh bro, people are too upset, extend my ban for 2 more days, this way I can take a vacation.
Oh, I remember that.
In what world is this real?
What is it? Do you
and then
do you know what happened in 2020 with the staff?
I've heard some stories of like sexual harassment at the workplace and a bunch of other mishaps.
Yes, it was one of the people who give people partner. He was outed for receiving images from girls and exploiting them, which is one of the reasons why, like, I called attention for that.
Basically was getting nudes in exchange for easier partners.
Yep. And just sharing them around the office, and they all knew. That's why I
that
tell some
reminds me
people
that
that like Kick is like no, like Twitch is no better than Kick. Like Kick has its issues.
no,
We all know they have their issues, but like,
Kick is more honest. I feel like on their issues, like
oh
they're
yeah, no,
gambling then with weirdos.
you are speaking my
Like
language because
yeah,
I've literally said that the only difference between Twitch and Kick is that Kick is more honest about it, whereas Twitch has literal like I have actually one of the first things I saw when getting into Twitch was racism from some of their like favorite partners too, like just blatant racism. I'm not even talking about Hassan. I'm talking about one of my first known controversies with a Twitch streamer was and I always reference this because nobody talked about it, the Keffel situation where she called for the harassment
ah,
of a lot of queer black LGBT kids by using fake black profiles and going around and harassing people. Nobody really talks about that. Everybody talks
of
about the
course.
the femboy cat farm, but no one ever talks about that because like that it was actual blatant racism, and nobody
Here's the
brings it
thing.
up.
It's Keffel. I don't know if you're aware, but
It was
it's
like my
Keffel. Of
first
course, it's
time
Keffel.
like seeing who Keffels was. That was my first introduction to her. So that's why I bring it up because
Well, what
everyone's
an
like, well,
introduction.
was it? Everyone's like, well, Twitch is full of, Kick is full of racists, and I'm like, that was my first introduction to Twitch's racism right there. So you've already lost me a long time ago.
Did you know that, by the way, Keffel tried to run for a seat in the Canadian Senate as a member of the Communist Party of Canada?
What? What?
There you go, little fun fact.
Don't quit your day job. Twitch mods do the same. No, for real. What is it? That was a thing. Don't.
And it's Keffel, come on.
Well, like I said, it was my first introduction, and I always bring it up when people bring up racism on Kick
Yeah.
because it's like the whole sexist thing on Twitch. It's all there. The only thing about Kick is, like you said, they're honest about it. Because
Yeah.
like what is it? Twitch has racism, sexism. We all know they're hiding a bunch of pedophiles. They've admitted to it, and they're just not dropping the evidence or DMs. Again, Kick is just open about it. We're seeing it up front.
Don't forget the misandry or the if you're a broke boy, just say so. I'm never letting that die. Never.
No, the misandry and misogyny. Because, like I said, it's not just the guys letting the girls be on there. Again, you don't think a single woman hasn't complained about all the girls on there? And if they aren't, why are you letting them on there? Because the only other explanation is you just want them to exploit their bodies because you want to have power over them. B, you're a lesbian and you're also joining the guys on exploiting them. Or C, you don't care, which
I think
means
it's
you've been
just-
numbed to the environment, which is
think-
a lot of the cases
think-
sometimes.
Twitch just see the money and it's just like good, and that's there. I don't think it's like that deep in maliciousness. I just think just money go up, me happy.
That's true. That's
I think
true.
it's that simple.
I think maybe it's like everything, but like most of it's money.
It's always money. Let's be honest.
Money make the world go around, of course.
Of course.
I hate it, but hey, it's what helps us, right? It gets my groceries.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much about it. Unless you have any other topics.
No, I think I'm good. I'm
Yeah?
gonna go to sleep.
What is it? And we can like head back over and stuff. Execs see the money, the moderation sees the extra power, they get over them. Yep.
Yep.
And that's pretty much about it. Thank you, Zan, for like coming. I know I talked way too much during
no,
the
it's fine.
stream.
I hope you got a bunch of clippable moments. Gotta make that content.
Hopefully. I'm like kind of clipped out this like I like clipped a bunch like 2 months ago and I haven't clipped anything since. But totally, I'm totally going over this and like clipping as much as I can.
If you want a good advice, and that also works for all the VTubers that might be watching, a good way to, I think, do that is that generally putting like full shorts on Twitter doesn't work, but
Yes.
like putting an extract from a video generally does very well.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, I know.
And
I
then you put
definitely
the
do
link to
that.
the video. Yeah, it works great.
I definitely one thing I do need to try doing is I need to start uploading a lot of my shorts from YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I need to start uploading them onto Twitter because in a lot of
Hmm.
ways I don't feel like it is growing me because I'm not really after a Twitter audience. But I do know that if I stop retweeting art for the 50,000th time and just use the alt that I recently created, I can just do that. I can retweet over
Mm.
there and just start uploading clips.
If you want more conversion, like, yeah, take an extract from the video you're currently doing and just, tweet it whenever the video is public.
True, true.
Because then people are going to be like, oh, there's more.
Yes.
And, they're going to open the link. And that's a good way to try and convert some attention into, like, your YouTube channel.
Yeah. Like, what is it? I remember. I think, like, this is. And I agree with this, and it goes back all the way back to the make content for your fans. One
Yeah.
thing that I did was that for a long time I did not follow this because I was still new and I had a lot of things going on in life. But once those things settled down, one thing that came to me constantly was Shy Lily's clip about making content.
Yeah.
She just said, make content. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
who, and
It's
even
that
I
simple.
like what is it? Even I tell this to other VTubers because I've told this to other VTubers in private. It's like just make content. Here's an app. Like I went out of my way to find a free app to make videos and the lifetime pass because you don't have to buy Adobe. I edit my stuff shilling Velo because of course I am because again if you want to be a VTuber and make good clips, download Velo, VLLO. I make that. I make all my videos and my clips on there. I bought the $25 lifetime pass and then I now make clips every time I can.
I have a totally legit version of Adobe.
You got Velo. You got the special version of Velo.
Of course, video addiction, something that hurts a lot of VTuber nowadays.
Like, what is it? You can like one of these days I gotta go over like how to do VTubing on like a budget. Cause again, the most money I spent in VTubing.
I think you should get inspired by the Pippa video on like a basis from where to go.
Yeah.
Because
Like,
it
what
was a
is
really
it?
good video.
Like all I did was like I said, I drew my model myself because I couldn't afford an artist. And because I already had drawing programs, I didn't even know about the free ones. I bought Clip Studio on my birthday 2 years before VTubing and barely used it until 2 years later. And then no, I bought it 3 years before for my birthday. And then when I had VTubing and I understood Clip Studio more, that's when I started making my model. And then again, I spent money on rigging, and I spent money on this background that I use for my chatting room, and I spent money on my microphone. That was a lot of money. I regret every single bit of it, but I know that eventually I will recoup that money in the future.
What I generally just tell people I work with is like, make content that brings out the best of you and the most of you, your personality. Make the content that makes you shine and make you happy. And present it in the way that people want to click on it.
Exactly. What is it? I remember I made a short about Toy Story, specifically Lightyear, and that clip blew up. That clip blew up like crazy. And I was like, why that clip? It's so dumb. But so the clip is basically me calling out that technically Andy snuck into an R-rated movie, and it blew up like crazy.
I mean, sometimes it's the weirdest thing.
Yep. And I knew it would get big, but I didn't know it would get that big. So you were playing catch up with learning how to draw, pretty much. Really, VTubing has actually advanced my art in a lot of ways because back then I did not have... I had a dream, but I gave up on that dream. And I planned on using VTubing as a way to replace that dream. And now, VTubing is my dream. because I
I mean,
want to, because after
you were
everything that
forced to
happened,
challenge yourself, so of course
yeah,
you are gonna improve faster.
yeah, it was there, like I said, there were a lot. I've like what is it? I always briefly mention it, but like 2022 was like a really rough time, and at
Hmm.
that time I was like, I need something in life to like strive for, because I was at a point where I had nothing. I had nothing, and I knew I needed to do something, or else I'd rather just die. Not that I was gonna actually die, but you know what I mean, right? And so I've just buckled down in VTubing, and I just, I make my own assets. A lot of the assets you see here will obviously eventually be replaced for bigger and brighter things, because that's what I want. Wow,
You
slow
know,
down there, Martin Luther King. Was it
there's
animation?
a. I don't know if you heard about Mia Marina.
Mia Marina.
She's a shark girl. I've been a big
Mia
stan of
Marina.
her since like day one. Basically, she was in like a defunct project called Project F, name very appropriate since it crashed and burned and died. And the
No.
thing is, like, she wasn't like very high in CCTV and stuff, and she was kind of struggling. And then she just kind of like threw a wrench in the water, and she did a 2.0. And ever since, she's like blew up, and like she multiplied her CCTV by like 10 times, and now she's building a very good and steady career. And she got to sing at the Vexpo concert, and like when she got that chance, she still didn't have the 2.0 out. So everything just
You
suddenly
said Mia,
clicked,
what is
and
it? You
now
said
she's doing
Mia
good.
Marina, right?
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
not know who she is. She's not showing up when I search her.
Hang on, I'm gonna DM her to you.
Okay. Like Google and Twitter are bringing me nothing. Found them.
Yeah,
How are you able to find them? And
and
I think one of the things that keeps me going is, like I said earlier, tying
reminder,
in.
I also do journalist stuff on the side
Oh,
when it comes to
absolutely.
VTubing, so of course I'm more aware of stuff that's happening around.
Oh, Mia. Oh, I was spelling it wrong. Mia
Yes,
Marina.
hang on,
Hold up. I think. I
that one.
think. Hold up. Now that's spelling. Yes, I do follow her.
Yeah,
It's
I've been
Mia with an.
following
It's
her
a Mia with a
since.
Y in it. I was spelling Mia
Yeah,
with an with a. I was spelling it Mia, not
no,
Miya.
I've been following her since day one, and I can tell you she came from very far away. But
Yeah,
between like that chance of getting at the Vexpo concert and the 2.0, like one day it just clicks for many people. She just kept doing what she loved, and
yeah.
one day it worked. And I think
Listen,
that's
that's
what
just.
most. I think she's the example most people should follow when it comes to like the thinking process when it comes to like content making.
I shall steal from her. I shall steal her identity. There, I'm the new Mia Marine.
No,
Obviously, I'm kidding. I'm
please
kidding.
don't. If she learns of this
I
stream
shall
ever
become the
existing,
Mia
I'm gonna get
Marina
in
clone.
trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble.
No, don't worry, but dude, don't worry, don't worry. I'm just,
She, she,
I will always joke around. I know my chat's been
she,
like broken
she,
since the beginning of stream, so I am absolutely sorry to all
she,
my
she, ret-
chatters.
she retweeted my support tweet. Please don't do this.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Trust me. I listen. If there's one thing I always so even though I tweet about really stupid crap, I also try and tweet about like the what to do and what like because I feel like at least some things I say even if they don't reach cuz I feel like in VTubing some people give some of the most basic advice of like don't think about your numbers or don't do this and it's like okay I can hear 50 of those times and I still think
Yeah,
that way
that's
and it's
humble bragging again.
like what is it I can I be real with you can I say one thing
Hmm.
that like can I say one
That's
thing
fake
about
nice.
VTubing look
Sure.
at your numbers sometimes look at
Yeah.
them because if you look at your numbers because like what is it I use Restream and Restream does not let you turn off the numbers it does not let you turn off the numbers and it doesn't account for when someone switches tabs or anything sometimes I drop as low as one viewer despite the fact that I know there are a lot of lurkers in chat and it is demoralizing but it makes me stronger because it's like I know that there are lurkers out there that are watching me, more than I think they are, and I keep going anyway, because it helps me realize that eventually that 1 CCV is going to turn into 1,000 CCV one day. And it's going to be a long time. I've already told myself I'm in it for the grind in VTubing because I don't know what to do in my life.
It is a grind.
So I might as well grind out and give it my best and give it my all and give it my real all. As in, I'm going to make VTubing assets. I'm going to draw my 2.0. I'm going to rig. I'm going to buy as much fan art after I buy my other assets that I can't program or make by myself, because that's what people don't realize. Stop buying fan art. Send that money to someone who can make you a custom chat or a custom VTuber chair, because at least it means you're getting something done. Make a list of what you need to do. That's what I had to do, and there was a lot of VTuber stuff I gotta spend money on for when I do get the money for that in order for my 2.0 to be the best that I could be. Because that's one of the things also, like, in VTubing that I feel like really should be highlighted. I really do wish there were a lot of black VTubers in the community that aren't vindictive, because unfortunately there are a lot of black VTubers in the community that are very vindictive. I've seen them all, and I've blocked most of them, and that's really sad. Sorry.
I could name drop some people right now.
I could, but I actually blocked
that.
them. I blocked them, and I don't remember their name. There are some good black VTubers out there, but unfortunately, a lot of them are very hurtful. So, yeah. I'm dropping in really late today. Am I the one viewer? Sometimes you guys are. Listen, you use that during your 2.0 debut, and here I thought you didn't notice the chat being broken. No, it's just that you gave up on it, lol. Usually when chat breaks, it's like the whole restream is broken, and it's either exit out and basically reset OBS and then reopen it. And by that time we were like halfway in. We were like an hour into stream, and I was like, well, goodbye.
I mean, I'm in the same case as you, as like, I have purpose right now. I need to finish my degree and stuff, you know, I still have things to do. But like, once I'm done next summer, like, what do?
What is it? I think
my degree and stuff, and yeah.
In my situation, because I actually technically do have purpose, because even outside of VTubing, I do have a job. But my job is so specific, I will never be able to leave it for the rest of my life. And that scared me so much.
Really?
For 2 years straight. For 2 years straight, I was scared of doing that job for the rest of my life. And VTubing is one of the... And then I literally straight up had to... It was like a whole situation, but straight up, I ended up having to get out of that. And I was like, VTubing is one of the only avenues I have outside of... Because it was... What is it? Because the people that I work with, they are nonverbal. And eventually, again, I will be doing it for the rest of my life. And VTubing is one of the alternate avenues I know that not only I can talk to, but I know I can make money off of in the future. That's why I say there's a motivation. If you're putting all your motivation in VTubing in money, you're going to fail. If you put your motivation in having fun and gaining money, that changes the whole game. And it betters yourself in all these alternate areas. And I still work that job. Again, I cannot leave that job ever. But I now have you, Zan, and my chat to talk to, and eventually more people will come, and I will try and help them as well, because even if you are in a hopeless situation, there is a way to overcome it. For some of you just need to just draw. Get therapy. Draw
you know,
as your therapy.
you need to find enjoyment in the grind, otherwise you're never gonna get there.
Exactly. And that's why I just keep doing what I do.
And if you don't find passion in the grind and you just do it for money, like certain VTubers do, here's the thing, you're gonna become one of those girls who are gonna be like, if you have time to spend an hour on Twitch, you have time to spend $5 for a subscription.
Heck, I even joke about that on stream. What is it, like the Hollow Cure stream on Monday? I was like, chat, give me money.
Yeah.
I am in it for the money.
And and if you're a broke boy, just say so.
What is it?
What's wrong with that? That's
Nonverbal. Wait, are
Pokimane.
you an interrogation officer? I'd
One
probably
of
get more
my
fulfillment out of that. Well, I already get
one of my
fulfillment out of what I get.
arch nemone. Let's just say I have a bone to pick with her.
Wait, I'm sorry, I talked over you. I missed what you said.
I was like, no, it's Pokimane who said that, and I have a personal bone to pick with her. I've got a bone to pick with you.
Yep. Listen, it just happens.
I really hate rich pricks who look
What is
down
it?
on.
That is someone I actually
people.
totally understand why people want it out, because I barely knew her, and I immediately found out why, and I was like, as much as I don't like gatekeeping, I still understand it. Please gatekeep.
I'm so happy people gatekept.
There is such a thing as too many normies, is all I'm saying.
I'm so happy people gatekept her, not gonna lie. That's mean of me, but yeah.
No, because as we saw, she has not changed. I'm not saying she can't change, but you know.
Have you seen her clip of like her saying the N-word and then clapping with her hand?
No, but I do know that she has said the N-word.
Yeah, and it's very funny because Kai Cenat actually was like, I think it was with a rapper. Like they were having a collab stream, and it was
which
like,
rapper? Are we talking about? What is it? My sister listens to like a ton of female rappers and male rappers.
Oh no, it was a male rapper. I don't remember.
Then
what
I
it was.
have no clue.
Like, basically, the topic of like Pokey came up, and he did like an imitation of that clip. That was very funny. Also, he made fun of her cookie and the price of them, and that was very funny to me.
Good. Listen, we need more people laughing with each other. I remember when some streamers that were like, we're not going to continue this game until we get $100 more dollars in donation, and they'll completely hold their show hostage for hours until that happens. Listen, you guys probably can feel it sometimes. I am nervous when there is dead silence in stream. I can't imagine someone being like just holding their stream hostage. Literally reverse 1999 on Wednesday. I thought that stream was so awkward, bro. Wednesday was so awkward because not only was it moved from Tuesday to Wednesday, it was so awkward because I was like, I don't remember how I used to end these streams. There's so much awkward silence here. Now, I've regrouped myself and I'm like, now I remember how I used to end and do and play Reverse 1999, because really those streams only last like an hour or two anyway, and really just an hour, and I'm like, oh, that stream was just bad. Gatekeeping is the immune system of a hobby, and I think lollies are some of the best gatekeeping systems. There is so we should get more of them. No, for real. Listen, I've been in the anime community for many, many years. If you can't tell between a lolly and a real child, seek help. Yeah, so... But I shall no longer hold you hostage, Zan. Speaking of keeping hostages.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. I did it.
All right. See you, Zan. Thank you for showing up. Everyone say bye and go follow Zan. What is it? Let me put your handle in chat.
I'll probably post a thank you post tomorrow because I just want to sleep.
No, for real. Bro, trust me. And this was fun. It was fun just talking and being analytical and, listen. And again, like I said, I know I chatted a lot. I am a yapper, unfortunately. My chat has called attention to that.
Oh, no, I am a yapper too when I want.
But I had a lot of fun with you, dude. Get some rest, and I shall see you in next time.
No problem. Bye-bye. Bye, chat.
All right, everybody. Thank you all for showing up today. This was so much fun. And I know I yapped so much. And hopefully we can grind some clips out of these too. I know I got to, since the chat is not showing, because I usually try and clip. If I can't get to Twitch fast enough to get the comments from there, I have to go to my stream chat in order to get them, so that or make them myself so that I can clip them properly, because I like using your actual Twitch comments. So hopefully, Zan is about to die. It's about 5 a.m. for us. Oh no! Thank you for the stream. Thank you. Yes. Thank you guys for really, like I said, I know this was like a whole thing, but genuinely, and listen to me when I say this, I appreciate every single one of you. Parasocialism, screw it. I genuinely appreciate all of you. You guys have changed my life for the better. I thank God, I thank you, I thank the people who want to collab with me now and in the future. I've actually tried reaching out to some big streamers. A lot of them haven't responded. However, it's the fact that I just... It's the fact that now I have the confidence to grow and be a better person. Because I genuinely do mean it when I say I was in a downward spiral 2 years ago because of a lot of situations that happened. And I don't hate how... I do hate the situation, and I don't hate those who were involved. But had I not cracked down, I would not be a streamer right now. I would not be a streamer. And it makes me really happy that I am a entertaining streamer for you guys. I'm not someone who strives to be comfy or chaotic or really anything. I just want to make content, and I want to eventually sing, and I really just want you guys to have a good time while you're here. All right, so let's find some people to raid. We've been talking for like 4 hours. You got this, Kendra. Thank you, Jose. Thanks for the stream. That was fun to listen to and interact with. Thank you, Yoshimoto. Bro, you have no idea. You have no idea how much I was like... Oh no, because like, man, like I say, because the one thing people don't talk about in streaming, let's be real here, people don't talk about how much the streams, it is like painful, and it makes you really nervous when is Armchair still alive? Yes, he is, and I was thinking about rating him or Nosagi because, so, Armchair is talking about Australia, and Nosagi is talking about Sakamata Chloe's graduation. So, and Fred is streaming? Nice, Fred. But I wouldn't mind if you want, what is it? So we got basically Armchair, Analytical, Nosagi being Mimi and Analytical, and Fred, who's just Fred. I love Fredo. Fredo is so funny. He like has those viral YouTube shorts. He's so funny. I think in the spirit of being analytical, we're gonna hop on over to Armchair. Fred sounds good. Okay. What is it? Fred is... Been waiting to play this boy. Let's see. On YouTube side, we will be rating Fred. And on Twitch side, we will be rating... Let's see. We will be rating... Was it Chip God? Rixie Brightful. I like her avatar, not gonna lie. I like this Rixie person. So, I shall see you all in next time. Thank you guys, and I shall see you Monday with some more needy streamer overload. Because of course, we gotta get that e-girl addiction. I shall see you all next time. Kendrillian, out.